We also have platforms that provide speech, translation, and language service. The opportunity before us to connect these efforts into a coherent ODIA-first AI stack, one that respects linguistic integrity while enabling real-world deployment. So I look forward to a focused discussion that helps move us from digitization to a dependable everyday AI systems for ODIA speakers. Let me begin by inviting panelists, starting with Dr. Upadhyay to speak.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished fellow panelists, researchers, and the brilliant minds of Odisha's tech ecosystem. Namaskar. It is often said that technology, while it looks forward, culture looks backwards. But today, at this Odisha AI Summit, we are here to prove this statement wrong. Culture does not just look backwards, it carries the wisdom of the past into the future. Odisha is not just a state on a map, it is a civilizational space. We are the land where Emperor Ashoka laid down his sword. We are the land of the Mahodadhi, the great ocean that carried our sadhavas to Bali and Sumatra. From the timeless stone carvings of Konark to the intricate Pattachitra of Raghurajpur village, and from the lyrical depth of poets like Sarala Das to the modern vision of Madhusudan Das, our legacy is vast. But today, civilization stands at a new frontier. We are moving from the age of palm leaves to the age of neural networks. We are transitioning from inscriptions on stone to inscriptions on the cloud. As a representative of the Department of Odia Language, Literature and Culture, I stand here with a simple but urgent question. In this new world of artificial intelligence, where does Odia stand? If we do not act now, there is a risk that our rich heritage will remain locked in physical museums and dusty archives, invisible to the digital world outside. We are here today to ensure that this doesn't happen. We are here to build Bhasa.ai. Friends, let us be honest about the challenge we face. Today, large language models, the brains behind AI, are trained primarily on English and few dominant global languages. Odia is often categorized as a low-resource language in the tech world. This is not because we lack resources. We have millions of words, thousands of books, and centuries of very high-quality Odia literature. The problem is that our resources are in analog mode, not in digital mode. They are in fragile palm leaf manuscripts. They are in oral songs sung by our tribal grandmothers. They are in printed books that have never been scanned. If AI models are not trained on our data, they will never understand our culture. A chatbot might translate the word Jagannath literally, but it will never understand the Jagannath consciousness that defines all Odia people. This is why the culture department is embracing AI. We see it as the ultimate preservation tool. We want to use technology to safeguard what is ours. So how do we do it? Our roadmap is built on three pillars. First is the preservation, that is the digital eye. First, we must talk about our physical archives. Odisha has a treasure trove of palm leaf manuscripts covering mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and poetry. Many are written in ancient Korani script or stylistic Odia that modern optical character recognition machines cannot read. We need AI that has the eye of a scholar, an AI that can look at a scanned image of a crumbling manuscript and transcribe it to perfect digital text. This will not just save the document, it will unlock the knowledge inside the manuscript for the entire world. Second is inclusion, that is the digital year. Second is the diversity of our Odia people. Odisha is home to 62 tribal communities, the Santals, the Bondas, the Dongrias, Kandhas. Each has a unique world view. They have unique songs and they have unique dialects. Much of this is oral. When an elder dies in a village, in a tribal village, an entire library burns down. We cannot let this knowledge vanish. We need AI, listening tools, speech to text engines that can record, document, and understand these diverse dialects. We want to give our tribal heritage a permanent home in the digital archive of the world. Third is engagement, that is the digital guide. Third is how the world sees us. We are modernizing our museums and memorials, but physical plaques are no longer enough. Imagine a tourist from Spain who is visiting the Sun Temple at Konark. Imagine if they could point their phone at a statue and an AI powered guide explains its history in fluent Spanish while telling the story of Dharmapada. Imagine an interactive AI avatar of Utkal Gaurav Madhusudan Das in our libraries, teaching history to school children in a way that feels like a conversation, not like a lecture. This is not science fiction. This is the future of culture, education, and tourism. It is not just about our culture, it is also about how we work. Within the culture department, we are committed to adopting AI to improve our own efficiency. Because in government, as you know, we handle thousands of files, grants for different artists and pension schemes. AI can help us digitize these records, making retrieval instant. It can help us monitor the impact of our cultural schemes using data analytics. We aim to be a department that respects the past while working at the speed of the future. By using data-driven tools, we can ensure that our support reaches the right person, right artist, the right scholar, and at the right village, and at the right time. Now I come to the most important part of my submission, the ask. The government can provide the vision. We can provide access to the archives, but government cannot write the code. This is where you all people come in. I am placing 3 specific challenges before the startups, the researchers, and the tech giants in this room. First challenge is build us the digital eye. Create an AI model that can read our ancient scripts. If you can build a tool that reads Korani script from a palm leaf with 99% accuracy, government is ready to partner with you. Challenge 2 is build us the digital ear. Do not just build for Bhubaneswar or Cuttack, build for Koraput and Mayurbhanj. Give us voice models that understand the rich tapestry of our tribal dialects. Challenge 3 is partner for the digital soul. We need accuracy. We cannot have AI that hallucinates or misrepresents our culture and our history. I invite you to partner with Odia Bhasha Pratishthan. Let our linguists train and validate your models. Let us create a certified by Odisha Culture Department seal for AI tools. We are ready to open our doors. We are ready to share our data sets. Are you ready to build? In conclusion, friends, let us remember one thing. Technology is temporary. It changes every year and every second. But culture is permanent. It lasts for millennia. However, in this century, technology is the vessel that will carry our culture forward. Let us use artificial intelligence to ensure that the words of our poets, the wisdom of our tribes, and the history of our land do not just survive, but thrive. Let us build an AI that does not just speak Odia, Let us build an AI that understands Odisha. Thank you. Vande Utkal Janani.
I would request Dr. Nalini Ratha to give his presentation. I would request all panelists to limit between 5 to 7 minutes so that we can go for the discussion.
Good morning. Can you all hear me? Okay. Yeah. Can we get my presentation up, please? Okay. Very good. Thank you. So my name is Nalini Rath, and I am an Empire Innovation Professor at the State University of New York at Buffalo. And I'm going to, I can't thank Dr. Upadhyaya who came before me to set the stage in such a nice way that what is the vision I'm going to put forward in some work that we have done. And hopefully the two can be put together. And so my title that I wanted to cover was Trustworthy and Responsible Multimodal Human AI Interactions. That's basically, so since he talked about some of the challenges with LLMs related to Odia, I wanted to share a quick story about it. Few months ago, or maybe it must have been probably a year ago, I wanted to play with ChatGPT in Odia. And the standard thing that you probably, I wanted to ask it to fill it up. Hari mare rakhe kiye. It did not complete rest of it. You can probably try it today. Or similarly, I said, okay, maybe let me try the khai khaile badai petro. Then fill up the rest. It could not complete any one of them. So since then, I thought it's a great idea to somehow enable the LLMs of today, which cannot do things that we know. It's a local, in Odisha, if you cannot complete those two sayings, then you are probably not counted as an Odia, right? So same thing, we cannot call ChatGPT as a enabled Odia technology until we can have it complete those things. So largely, that was one aspect of it that I wanted to share. The other aspect is our university was the instrumental in multilingual handwriting recognition. And probably you all heard Professor Venu Govindaraju yesterday. He's the pioneer researcher and a distinguished faculty in our university who excels in that area where we have demonstrated the handwriting, English writing recognition for US Postal Service. So we believe we have the strength. We can translate to taking the script from a palm leaf, and we can show the challenge that was posed earlier. Can we get 99%? I can bet you we have the capability, and I would like to partner with the Odisha government and take this opportunity to ask you all to give us the data, and we will translate it into action. So with that, let me sort of kind of walk through with what I wanted to share with you about myself. I am a computer vision researcher. I do some of the part that you talked about in terms of cultural artifact recognition. The general object recognition using visual methods are incapable for such things. And particularly, I have worked on human recognition, the biometric part of it, which I guess I don't need to introduce to anybody in India what biometric means. The Aadhaar is the one. So the technology behind that is my primary research domain. And then we have been applying AI into those spaces. So can we move to the next chart, please? I mean, I won't go into the full details of what you saw, the busy chart, which summarized my research, but I work in these different aspects of AI, which looks at fairness. I guess we were introduced to all the problems, local dialects. If I build a ODR tool, would it do for my hometown language, the Brahmpuri language, versus the Baleswari language, versus the Sambalpuri language? We have lots of local dialects. And how do we evaluate that? And that's the fairness aspect of it. We can bring it. And the second part that I also work on is what is called the explainability. when it goes wrong, why it did not do it, or why did it do it? Both are important. And some of the security aspect of it or the privacy aspect of it are equally important for AI. The toxicity in LLMs, we all very well aware of it. If you ask something, I'm sure you don't want to hear as we say, the odia do carry terms, right? That's what most of the LLMs spit out if you push them. So when it comes to how do you make it well behaved, that's what we want LLMs to. So that's one of the part that we work. How do you make the LLMs toxic free? And detect first, what is the toxicity in it? When does it spew out toxic material? And then you can try to prevent it. That's one of the areas that I work on. Lastly, I wanted to show you some of the human AI interaction piece. That means we all are humans and we would love to work with a system that understands us. And that's the human AI challenge, the embodied AI challenge. So I saw that earlier today, the teaser was showing a robot walking around, a humanoid. I work on a similar humanoid. Could we go to the next chart, please? Yeah, so there are varieties of humanoids, and some of these ones are very friendly to interact with humans. Obviously, there is a dog which does different things. It can dance and shake hands, and those are good part to get humans comfortable with humans. But more importantly, that we have these humanoids which can interact at a human level with humans. The human interaction can be very effective. And that's what some of the video and what the lessons we learned as we started working on this is what I would like to give a quick snapshot. The videos are long. I don't want to dwell up on the full video, but the key part is, the message is that can we let the LLMs specifically answer questions related to the domain that we are interested in? How do we ground the response to only to the domains that I'm asking? That means, as it was told, if I'm asking about the Konark temple, it should not tell me about Khajuraho temple. The answer should not. And LLMs are very good at that, and we have direct experience with that. That's why we made it a very specific implementation that will answer questions about our university. Early on, when we started asking questions about, tell me the dean of our engineering college, it will pick up a dean from Purdue sometime, another university sometime, because it only understood that I'm asking about a dean, until we grounded it with a RAG or the RAG model. So that's the kind of part that we need to bring in to the LLMs. We have lots of data as we have been promised by the government. How do we take that data and build an LLM to answer questions? The answer should be based on what is there in those documents, not in its hallucination versions. That is one of the projects that we will see quickly. In addition to that, it can be a very good educational tool for kids. It can do a lot of fun things, copy me, it can do yoga poses, and do the sign language recognition, because these devices are equipped with very nice camera. The part that I wanted to emphasize is that these robots are only front end. The back end is the server where the intelligence lies. And these are the ones that we will be building in the back end so that the front end looks more friendly. That's what hopefully we will. Can we go to the next chart, please? So the first lesson we learned is that for a meaningful interaction, LLM hallucination must be dampened. It is, without that, it will be a big chaos. And the sensors can we play the video as we are speaking on that robot? If you click on that robot, it will play the video. So it's basically, it's trying to answer questions about where can I get a cup of good coffee in the campus based on where you are, and things like that. It can ask you about, can answer about who is our
Can you tell us
president,
something about
who is
yourself?
our vice president of research, many such questions. It is grounded by the response from the data that we have provided. LLM is doing only the soft speaking part. It is not doing the response from the LLM's own knowledge base. It is coming from our content,
So when any
our
question is
knowledge
asked,
base that we have provided through
recorded
a
audio goes to the
RAG
whisper model which
dataset.
decode it.
Okay, so
Then the
key
decoded
observation
text
that
is
we
sent to
saw
the
was that
ChatGPT,
an external
to which you are
API, if
given
you
an
go to
initial prompt
ChatGPT
to
API
respond
or
within minutes of
whatever API that you
from
want
which
to
we get the
use,
text,
it's
and that text is,
extremely slow.
displayed
One thing
on
that
the
we
tablet
found
as well
out
as
that
the robot
you
is
cannot
saying the similar text.
have a good
We
user
also have a custom
experience
LLM
if
model
things
which
get delayed so much. So the embodied agent experience is significantly enhanced when you bring the API to your local server. Don't rely on something sitting somewhere far off, because that's going to slow down. Can we move on to the next chart, please? Because how we address that is what I'm talking about. Again, earlier first version had all those issues that I talked about. The second version is the one that addresses these technologies, because we brought in some of the very creative parts of the robot that were not utilized early on, and also the RAG-based grounding that we provided to answer only thing. And then we brought in a local llama model and tested on what is the minimum size of the model that we should. As you all know, llama has variety of sizes, and the minimum size is what we focused on that can give us good response. That minimum size might change when we go to ODI's knowledge base versus my knowledge base. So those are the type of stuff that we should bring it to bear to build such systems. Next chart, please. So the responsible multimodal AI system would require some of these that we need a lot of training data, and we have been promised a lot of training data, so how we should take on it. But training data is not good enough. We need also a impartial fairness evaluation tool, which will be the test data, and ultimately it should work on an edge device. And that edge device optimization is also part of the overall exercise that we need to indulge in. So the whole goal is that in order to be able, we need to source ethically lots of data. One is the government arm, and in my next chart and the final chart, I will probably summarize where can we get some of these ethical data sources. Okay, we know there are lots of books that are, and they were printed at the printing press. Can we get the manuscript versus the printed text so that we can link the handwriting ODI with the printed ODI and connect them? Similarly, newspapers, ODI language newspapers, there are plenty of them. Can we get their help? Local radio stations, local TV stations. Obviously, we already have been assured from the government digital and non-digital data repositories. If all of them are not enough, we may have to resort to some of the synthetically generated data using generative AI tools. And personally, I offer myself all my whatever I can do through, I collaborate with the AHRC at IIT Bhubaneswar. I would be very, very delighted to continue that in this space. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Rath. And I would now request Dr. Raut to speak. Please keep to 5 minutes each so that we can start discussion.
Very good morning to all of you. Namaskar. This is a mix of AI for vernacular language and with technology enablement. So I'll start with a fact that AI should not be only with classes. It should be for the masses. That should be the tagline of this session, in my opinion. Then number 2 is, AI is important, but it should be the enabler. And domain should be the driver. Then only we can win the trust of the masses. Masses does not know what is there, which technology we are using. They require content with accuracy, in timeliness, with trust, so that they will put to use or accept this new change which we are bringing into. So in this regard, before going to, let me introduce myself. I am Pradeep Raut. I am heading the Odia Virtual Academy of the state. This is a society formed in 2028 by Government of Odisha under the Electronics and IT Department. Our objective is to conserve, preserve, popularize, value add various important contents of the Odia language for generation together, utilizing technology as the medium. In a nutshell, that is our objective. So, beyond scanning of the books, digitization should be for knowledge structuring. So, working towards knowledge structuring, we are not only scanning the books or digitizing the books, we are also digitizing the pothis. You know, Odisha is known for pothi, where we convert this palm leaf text to a content which can be preserved using technology as the medium. Then metadata tag, because you see huge repositories are there in the state or in the country with different authors, maybe pre-independence era, historic era prior to that, and today's world, knowledge economy, everything is there. So those has to be preserved structurally so that it can be used by the people or used by the system in a more perfect manner. Then most important part is validation of this text. Whatever data sets we are preserving or we are using, this should not be only translated ones. This should be validated one. Many a times translation will not work because it sometimes changes the context of while using it. So validation of the data sets is very important for us. In addition to the conservation of the books, authors or poets, we have to preserve the folklores, oral traditions, local cultures also. Then there are a huge number of indigenous technology available in the state, maybe a farm technology, local treatments by Vaidyas, annual treatment. Those has to be conserved because you see this development path is cyclic. Today which we are abandoning, tomorrow it is useful. So you have to keep these resources so that future generation can do a lot of research on that. Then build a ODIA AI assistant for the users of the farmers or the farm advisory services. Finally, a ethical AI which is compliant to DPDP Act also. Because as government, we have to be very particular about the ethical use of AI, which should be compliant as per the DPDP Act and rules. You see, as OVA, we have actually initially, when AI was not there, OVA has digitized almost 40,000 important books of the state by very important authors of the state, and we have kept it. But now our challenge is to make it machine readable, so that machine can read it, maybe using OCR or some other techniques, so that it can reach the masses across the globe. Besides that, OVA has developed desktop web-based ODIA typing tools, which is available in the mobile, both Android and iOS Mac format also, and both web and desktop format also. We have developed huge numbers of audio books, because nowadays people are finding less time to read books. While traveling, they can use the audio books and read the important books by the important authors which they like. Then why this is important? Because you see, generic web data is insufficient. We have to often use ODIA context to make it more localized for our necessity. That is why we are planning to start or launch a ODIA Bhasadan Abhijan very soon, where peoples from every nook and corner of this country and the globe will be excited to participate whatever they want in their field, maybe medicine, maybe Ayurveda, maybe culture, maybe any technical language. They can contribute in ODIA, either in text form or they can submit in books also as Bhasadan to this state, which will preserve for utilization and for creation of a large set of data sets, so that AI can learn it and produces great deal to the farmers and to the local persons of the state. So this data corpus will not only be raw ones, it will be validated at least at 2 levels, one at the district or local level, another at the state level, so that the data sets are verified and trusted ones, which we'll be using for our ODIA LLMs. Then we have institutionally, we are also integrated with Bhasini, the language division of Ministry of Electronics and IT. So they are actually integrated with us. So once we have a large data sets, we can be integrated to any Indian language in a hassle-free manner, maybe it English, Hindi, Telugu, Tamil. So Tamil can be converted to ODIA, ODIA can be converted to Tamil, Hindi, vice versa. Will be possible very soon also. So besides that, we will also integrate with various state e-governance initiative. We have almost digitized 75 important schemes of government through our citizen registry called SPDP system, where now we are developing a model where every individual can check his eligibility for any of the welfare schemes. Suppose a student is applying for post-matric scholarship, he can check his eligibility by putting some basic conditions like his Aadhaar number or his student ID, by which he can check for which sets of scholarship he is eligible. Slowly we make it also voice-based, voice-assisted one. So this will be a huge sort of help to the students' community. So now I have talked of why AI should go to masses, not for class. These are all educative, whatever I have explained. But now you see, if you look at I will give a niche area example of animal husbandry. Because animals are not able to speak, convey their grievances to their doctors, okay, or the practitioners. So like AI, you need not say anything, you just put some basic inputs, that they will give you replies. Like that, those animals may be mom, but they are supporting at least 60% livelihood of the state and of the country. AI will not save the animals only, it will save the families also. So now, if you look at the scenario, today we have only one doctor, one vet in 6,000 animals in the country. And if you look at the state, it is 10,000. So do you think, is it possible humanly that one vet will give service to 10,000 animals in a state? Which is not fairly possible. So let's think how AI, how technology can help the farmers simultaneously to the service provider, the vets, to bridge the gap. That is the challenge our technical fraternity should take it up, so that we can say AI should be for livelihood. So what we have done so far? We have created a database of animals. You see, there are some important stages where actually the animals should be solved. So if the veterinarian or the service provider knows these are the 5-6 important points where I should attend, then he will plan his activities accordingly. He can to reach the animals. This can be very easily done. So why not we all as a technical fraternity sitting over here think for this, to create a model, AI-based model, so that we can reach the farmers and save the animals and enhance the productivity of the animals and the economy of the state. So likewise, we are also developing some real-time AI-based applications for fish health intelligence leading to early disease detection. Odisha, you know, during the last couple of years, fishery become a large source of livelihood for the peoples. We have a large coastline of 480 kilometers. So there actually a simple mistake by farmer can create a whole loss of a cycle of production. So if you will advise them in a advanced manner, then he can save the whole crop, a 6-month period crop of the owner. So now here quality of pond is important, quality of water is important. We have so many technologies. If I put a IoT based device in the pond, it will able to give me the pH, the ammonia content and some important parameters like oxygen level in that water, which actually have direct impact on productivity of the fish of those ponds. If we can develop a medium where I will give direct advisory services to the farm owner that you do these simple things which will reduce this nuisance activity in the pond. And it can directly connect through a dashboard to the scientist or to the divisional officers at the district level. They can also send their field personnel, you visit these farms, these are having real-time problems. So we can develop a target-oriented intervention using artificial intelligence, which would be more interesting for the masses, and it will lead to adoption, real adoption of technology for livelihood generation. So we are also, will shortly, because so many students are there, I am excited to say that very soon we will have 3 hackathons. One using computer vision. The one will be image analysis and deep learning, methods for pest control in crops. Another is for fish and shrimps. One more for vegetables. So we'll be having prizes. If some good model we are getting, we'll take it up, OCAC will take it up, and we'll do the rest of the things to bring it to the market, to make it creativity to commerce. That part would be the responsibility of OCAC. What would be the expenditure required, that we are ready to bear for that. So these are some of my ideas how to localize the these effects to go to the direct to the consumers from the center, means government to consumer, G2C, government to citizen. We are talking of government to consumers because they are actually the consumers of this technology in this regard. So now there are 2 important things I would like to, before I conclude, I would like to say. One is that it has to be very important. You see, we have implemented the e-registration system as project manager. I have implemented the e-registration system in the state. You know, registration offices in 2004-05, how it was. Now today it is completely automated. This is a first PPP project of the country, where a private player invested and he get back his return in shape of outcomes, means service fees, 200 rupees per document. And it's still continuing successfully during the last 15 years. The crux is that it's success fee based. It's not investment based. Somebody come and invested, whether it is put to use or not, he is not bothered. But this is a system where he has taken the risk and grounded it, then people use it, he got the return in a period of 10 years. So now from that, what was our understanding? Understanding was people's trust is most important and change management, these two things. Whenever we are migrating to a new sector or new technology, this winning the trust of the people who are the stakeholders actually, maybe it's a government servant, maybe the farmers, maybe any other players in the society, winning the trust of them is most important. For that we have to be very careful while implementing any technology. Technology should not eat away the domains. It should be a mix of technology and domain. Second is the change management issues. Large scale capacity building program has to be done. People has to know these are the technology available with us. So these two areas we have to focus a lot while taking AI to masses from classes. Thank you. With this I am concluding, and there are many things to say, but I think time is short, so we'll discuss it in other forums. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raut. There is an announcement. Dr. Upadhyay went to meet the minister, so he had to leave. So we'll continue without him for the rest of the session. I'll request now Dr. Sakti Mahapatra to speak. I would request to keep it within 5 to 7 minutes so that we can start discussing.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Dr. Shakti Prasad Rath. So I work at AHRC at Bhubaneswar. I joined there recently 3 months back. So I am very experienced in speech processing, so including a PhD from IIT Madras. That was long back in 2010. So after that, I have a mix of experience both in academia as well as in industries. So I have worked at Cambridge University, Johns Hopkins, and also I was in Samsung for some time. So at AHRC at Bhubaneswar, we work on speech recognition for ODI language, and we also have a focus on handwritten ODI text recognition. So as you all know, so ODI, we don't have enough data, transcript data for these technologies. So for speech recognition, we hardly have several 100 hours of transcript data to build the ASR model. And similarly, for handwritten ODI text recognition, we have very limited images in ODI fonts that are already transcribed. So that is the biggest challenge that we are facing, but still we are getting very good results and we are beating our competitors for both speech recognition as well as for handwritten text recognition. So currently we stand at 80% accuracy for speech recognition in ODI language. So which means that out of 100 words you speak, 80 words are getting correctly recognized. That's where we stand today. So even if we have very less data, still we are able to get very good accuracy for the speech recognition task. Similarly, for the handwritten text recognition, we are at 85% word recognition accuracy for ODI language. So I believe this is the state of the art. So not much of work has been done for ODI language for speech and text. So we at AHRC are leading these activities. So far our focus has been only on ODI language, but then we are planning to scale it to other languages as we progress. And these two technologies have a lot of use cases. Like for example, we have a request from the government to build a use case for grievance redressal for ODI language. So the input to the use case is speech or text, and we will convert them to digital text format in ODI fonts. Then we will pass it through a NLP engine to do the further processing. So this is a very important use case for the ODI applications. Can we have the AV running on the screen, please?
Across Odisha, thousands of farmers and rural citizens face challenges in submitting grievances and applications. Language barriers, limited digital literacy, and dependence on intermediaries often delay access to essential government services. Traditionally, farmers must travel to common service centers, explain their issues, and rely on an operator to manually type and submit their grievances in ODI. Many farmers are more comfortable expressing their concerns in handwritten form. However, handwritten documents cannot be directly submitted to digital portals. At HRC, IIT Bhubaneswar, we have developed an advanced ODIA handwritten text recognition system. Using a two-stage pipeline, the system detects handwritten words, recognizes them accurately, and converts them into clean digital ODIA text. The farmer can now directly copy the extracted text and submit the grievance online, without typing or external assistance. For those who prefer speaking, our ODIA automatic speech recognition system enables farmers to record their grievances in speech, which is instantly converted into accurate ODIA text. Once the grievance is converted into digital ODIA text, it is automatically analyzed using ODIA natural language processing. The system identifies the grievance category, extracts key information, and intelligently routes it to the appropriate department for action. Whether through handwritten notes or spoken input, grievances are digitized seamlessly using ODIA AI technologies and routed for further processing. With over 80% accuracy on benchmark datasets, our ODIA HTR and ASR systems achieve state-of-the-art performance, enabling inclusive and accessible grievance redressal for rural Odisha. This AI-powered solution empowers citizens, reduces dependency on intermediaries, and brings transparent, language-inclusive governance closer to the people of Odisha.
This is a very short demo of our work at HRC at Bhubaneswar. So I would say that we have been successful in building a very good speech recognition and also handwritten text recognition models. So those who are interested to know more about the technicalities, so basically for the speech we are using a model called transformer. Also some convolution layers that are running on the top of the speech signal. Similarly for the handwritten text recognition, the model is a transform-based model. Like I said, the biggest challenge we are currently facing is the data. We don't have enough transcript data to build these models. So we have started a drive to collect the handwritten data ourselves. So we are building some schools in Odisha. So we are giving them out some printed text in Odia script, and we are requesting to write what they see on the pages. So that is currently going on. So our plan is to collect 1 million such sentences written in Odia. Similarly, for speech recognition, we are also planning to start the activity to collect data ourselves. Like you said, the models are basically the transform-based model for both speech and text recognition.
Thank you, Dr. Rath. So before we proceed, I would like to give a little bit of context, because different speakers, panelists, they have spoken their perspective. When we look at Bhasha or Bhasha AI, so usually in India we look at Bhashini program. So that is a very, very important vehicle which provides models. It also works on the data engineering part. It creates the AI platform, and it also integrates different languages in India together through transliteration, like so that it has also done, like you can write all the languages in Devanagari, so that they have already achieved. In fact, OVA has worked with Vashini. They have some of the rare manuscript, like 170 plus manuscripts. They have already translated, put into the machine form. Odia language is very rich. Like people who come to Odisha, for example, from overseas countries, so they are intrigued by the kind of complexities and subtleties of the language. Some of the doctorate holders in from the overseas, so they sometimes find it difficult to understand the village languages. Like if I say that Allu Niru Lugata Andu GB Panisari. So this kind of languages are also part and parcel of life. Dialect is also part and parcel of our life. So for example, if I say mu Odisha ku bhala pae, kimba mu Odisha kuna bhala pae re. So then we have, whether the machine understands this, we understand it, we are respectful to the dialects, but whether the machine is respectful to the dialects. That's another. And when we see the language and we convert it into Unicode, there is something called tokenization. When I say that to mu, so it basically keeps in Unicode like ma, u, u. So, but it should actually understand as one unit, one token, which is mu, should be understood as one token. So the tokenization is very, very important. So we are doing a large language model or AI models. We are talking about tools, chatbots, speech recognition, various tools. But we must also focus into the basic data engineering part of the AI. If we do it once, then the future generation can do many more initiatives. So when we look at, there are three things which comes to my mind before I go to Professor Ratha, Professor Nalini Ratha. We are looking at tokenization, as I described. The second is normalization. Like we are using various keyboards to write ODI. So they don't, when machine understands, it understands as the same word as two different words. So it is very difficult to machine to understand ODI language or give necessary accuracy to the ODI language meaning. So meaningful use is a critical thing. So normalization is a process through which you can identify, which will be also with human intervention, of course. You will identify if the same spelling words, they mean the same thing, like it is treated as the same thing. And the third thing is the speech unit. If I tell, like, for example, apply for pension, if I tell that, if you see different, portals, if you go to different AI tools, it will tell that, abedana habo, but it should be like, apana abedana kari paribe. So the meaning, the speech unit must be understood, and also when we speak about a unit, if I say that, mu GB Kali, so basically if you give the, intonation, mu GB Kali, there are three separate things. But when we speak, we tell that, mu GB Kali. So different people, they speak with different intonation. That is to be understood also in ODI language. So whereas the transliteration is good, language, translation services, the tools by Vasini or Bharat for Net, AI for Bharat, that program by IIT Madras is very good. In fact, they have used also IIT Hyderabad, even Utkal University for Culture and Health data. But these three things are very, very important: tokenization, normalization, and speech unit. People should work on this technically. Government should focus in these three things. And then there should be a meaningful usage for dialect. And in fact, Vasini has come up with called Field Guide for Inclusive Usage. So it should be followed up. We should not create separate parallel tracks to develop things, but rather we should work together to create a first-class ODI AI stack. Why I'm saying first-class ODI AI stack? Because ODI as a regional language must not be rationalized with languages which have already gone far ahead in terms of digitization, in terms of this basic data engineering aspect. So with this, I would like to ask Professor Nalin Ratha, when you have already spoken about API usage, by being a regional language, ODI has to work with different global AI systems for various things, including Vasini, different models and platforms. How do you take care of a latency and data residency of AI when we are interacting with other systems?
Yeah, that's a very good question, or maybe this needs a lot more discussion and clarification. First of all, if we are trying to put this as a service for the citizen, as a government service, we would expect the users demand that it's a real-time response. And the latency is the very key factor in there. And it turns out in our experience, if you rely on whatever your preferred service provider API, there is no guarantee that you would get the response within a real time. Because those are decided by how much you're paying and how much they are loaded. Whereas if you have your own network or your own server, then you are able to support that much more effectively. And the turnaround time is under your control. You can add more resources when needed for your own services, as well as fine-tune your LLMs. That, let's say we build a massive foundational model. That may not be useful for every application because the latency. You may want to put something which is a lighter weight for lighter transactions and a heavier weight. Just like Llama has multiple staggered sizes, same way in the ODIA foundational model that we want to build, we should have that option to say, okay, no, is this good enough for me? And stop there so that we can get a good latency. And the other part is, as we all know, we are constantly enriching other providers with our queries. Whenever we ask questions, they retain our data. Whereas if you retain our data, then we can improvise our own services, which we would lack if we gave away through API that query and everything to the other APIs. So my suggestion would be, let's retain our data, our models, and a staggered version of them so that we can support them in an edge device to a service that requires a heavy duty operation.
So with this response, I think I'll be asking Dr. Raut the question how Odisha government is ensuring that the protection of the source, like when people are updating with their records from the standpoint of ODIA Virtual Academy and the effort that you have, massive effort that you have put into converting and digitizing. So how do you ensure that source integrity is honored?
Yeah. So in fact, this is a very large program we are envisaging. So here we are expecting at least 30 lakhs contributor would be there for the Odia Bhasadan Abhijan to create data sets, huge data sets in across 15 domains. We are classifying it at 15 domains. So we are expecting that we will have our own data center, own GPUs, and it should be on-prem one. Rather than going to Bhasini all the way, we will be having our on-prem one, then we will be integrating to the Bhasini. This is number one. Number two, as far as latency time is considered, we have actually discussed all those facts. So that is why we are planning to owning of our system, own system. And as you know, I think more than 5,000 offices of the state are connected through a state-wide area network. Now we are ensuring that all offices up to block level are connected to that, so that they will be in one network. So it would be easy for us to control that. As far as these sources are concerned, we are very sure that we will be keeping all these personal data and privacy we will be considering, and while keeping all these resources with us. And as far as this tokenization, I would like to comment on that. Actually, tokenization, normalization, you have rightly pointed out that is the basic data engineering parts we need to actually take care of. We are trying to have collaborations with different agencies, and how actually this tokenization will take place in a right manner so that Odia language should not go for this at least 3-4 key-ins to get that word. That is creating problem for us. So we want to bring in this human loop into the normalization one also. So because you see, we'll be engaging at least 500, minimum 500 level 1 verifier to verify the data sets before putting into, and at least 100 state level data experts in ODIA, those will be working with us. We have already started working with almost 50 persons for verifying our data sets. So these are the two areas. And the third area we are planning to have even, we'll be having interactions with various international communities on this, so that we'll make a verified and trusted AI model for the state.
Speak a little closer to the mic so that it's...
Okay, it's not audible? Okay.
Okay. In
Okay.
fact, OVA has already partnered with University of Chicago for certain, I think this is one of the international collaboration.
Actually, we have a DPIC wing with us. Okay, DPIC wing is set up by Chicago University. They are helping us in digitization also. Besides that, we are also tying up with various important other, because this require real teamwork. One university, one agency cannot help it out all the way. So we are actually having a good team, setting up a good team, and collaborating with various agencies and universities and knowledge partners for making it successful.
I'm just trying to, get different information out. And in fact, Bhasadan is part of the Indian Language Corpora initiative, which is across all the languages. I think 22 languages have been taken up by Indian government. So this is Bhasadan has been, the ODIA has been included in that. So going forward, so essentially the government of India has taken up with different stages from 2010 onwards, different, with the help of CDAC, with the help of IIT Madras, IIT Hyderabad. In fact, like I mentioned, even our own university, Utkal University has been involved, IIT Bhubaneswar these days also. So while using Vasini's AI platform to create different applications, Dr. Saktiratha, can you please shed light how you are using these API platforms to create different tools, and how do you manage to ensure the data accuracy and data quality?
Like you said, the biggest challenge currently we are facing is the scarcity of the annotated data for speech and text. So our approach so far has been to build the AI models using all available data, and with that we are quite successful in beating the state of the art, but that's not enough. So we have to make the model more robust to background noise, speaking accents, genders. So for that we need more data. So we are planning to start a drive to collect the speech data as well as for text data to make these models more robust, such that on the field when we deploy these models, it should work with a reasonably good accuracy. So as far as the APIs is concerned, so we can have our own use cases deployed on IIT Bhubaneswar servers, and then, but to reach that point, we have to have the model running with very good acceptable accuracy.
In fact, when we are, creating different tools, the fundamental, elements in, AI and human interface is speech recognition is one, and then, automatic
Handwritten
ASR
recognition
is one that you have already worked for.
Yeah.
The other one is the machine translation.
Yeah, correct.
So
yeah.
that is the second one, and third is text to speech.
Yeah.
So these three areas, how do you ensure that the ground level voice also comes so that it is able to understand the spoken language, dialect aspect of the intricacies of the language, instead of just taking from Wikipedia or taking from the very nice textbooks, which are actually required, and it has been done in large scale now.
I would say that, I mean, the data is the most important component of all AI models. So like you said, if we train the models on controlled data, whether it is speech or text, it will not work on real data on the field. So for that, we have to use some techniques like data augmentation, where we add artificial noise to make the speech noisy, or similarly add some kind of rotations to the handwritten images such that it mimics the real handwritten text. So data augmentation is one thing that we can try, and also once the model is deployed on the field, we'll start getting the data, right, so into the server. So then we can apply something called active learning to transcribe those data and then use that to refine our models.
All right.
So our approach will be first augmentation and then using the user logs to refine the models. So with that, we can hope that it will work incrementally better and better as we get more data from the field.
On this, anything you would like to add?
Yeah, as I mentioned in my last chart, that we need to ethically source data. And we know there are several agencies that have that kind of data that you described. Take a regional radio station or a TV station or a printing press or a newspaper.
Even farmers. Even farmers.
Yes, all of them. So why don't we get a ecosystem that includes all of them, and they have a role that to contribute into the data. You know, what has happened in all these other LLMs that we see, the data has been claimed to be unethically used. And we see lots of cases getting filed so let's not do that way, let's do the right way of involving them right from beginning so that they're contributing and they participate with us to build that ODA foundation model.
All right. In fact, before I proceed for another round, I think because we are left with around 7 minutes, so I would request if there is a question from audience, we can delve with. Yes, please.
Hello everybody, distinguished panelists. My name is Ashutosh Datta from Johns Hopkins University in United States, and Dr. Rath, good to see you after a long time. This is a very important topic. Within IEEE, I'm a fellow of IEEE, and also as Dr. Rath as well. We have something IEEE data port. And Dr. Rakesh Kumar, he is the chair of that. I think it may be a good idea to even collaborate with IEEE data port, where people can upload any data. You can import or export the data, right? If you're using the data, that data also you get a citation, just like you publish a paper. So I just thought that may be a good idea to collaborate with IEEE data port, which is open to everybody in the world. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
I mean, I just would like to add here, when we are discussing about the data storage, governments are now, they are very, very focused towards honoring the data residency. When we are discussing in various forums, so we are not only discussing about where the data resides, but all the processes which manages the data, including the hardware, software, they should be also within the same legal domination. So if we look at from that standpoint, is it possible that IEEE data port, or for example the cloud ecosystems like AWS, Google, Azure, in fact Hasini is using Azure Fabric across to process its data and also to orchestrate its API platform. So also Oracle platform. So can we use a contractual, API-driven system to talk to one another instead of just pushing the data to different ecosystems? And that contractual API should ensure that the source protection has to be there, integrity protection has to be there, and the tokenization, any basic system which is adopted by the government of Odisha or within Odisha should reflect in the global data set. I think that is my take. If Professor Nalin Rath or other panelists would like to add, please do.
Yeah, the data governance issue is something that what I think Ashutosh is talking about in terms of providing scientific data. IEEE is a scientific body. So if we can put our data sources data there, then it becomes worldwide available. But if there are regulations that prohibit us, we should try to at least start in the Odisha level first. Then we can graduate to next level where it can be at India level, then you'd say the whole world can access it. But first, owning the data is more important, the participatory data and their willingness to provide the data for this grand purpose, that should be first laid down on the ground before, these days there are lots of regulations that prohibit one from the other. So we have to study that part, but if we don't have the sources of these information that are willing to provide us, then all the regulations, trying to comply with regulations may not be that useful.
Yeah, data governance is a very, very clear layer of handling these AI systems, whether it is Vasa or governance AI models or any other, or health or finance. Anywhere you go, the data governance is very, very important. That is one. And of course, large language model, in fact, Vashini today, I think 300 plus, large language model it has, so one can use. And then the next level is basically to create tools through API platforms and taking the large language model and creating applications. But what is actually, I think we all agree that, the focusing once at least for correcting the elemental problem in the language in AI machine. So like I think I overemphasize it, tokenization, normalization and speech unit. If we correct it once, then we can create different applications and in future, so we don't have to worry about that. Is that the correct assessment?
Yeah, that when we talk about tokenization, if we only provide the tokens, it will be not fair because that research in that source go to tokenization gets blocked. We must provide the access to the source data and a way to tokenize.
Anonymize the data.
No, the data stays in its form, but then you provide a tool for embedding extraction from that data. What you call tokenization, I'm calling embedding now.
Right.
So that embedding becomes today's version, but continuous research always is being made. So there will be advanced tokenization, advanced methods, and we should not restrict ourselves to today's version for the next 5 years. So the source data must be available all time. Then you provide some tokenization for the current implementation to make progress. But then we can always go back if we have a newer tokenization method, a better tokenization method, to go back to the source to produce the new tokens.
So basically you emphasize that the data and also the configurations which lead to tokenization must be versioned and should be available for not only for the audit purpose by the system, also for reference.
And for future improvements.
Future improvements. Anything you would like to add, Dr. Saktimat? Any other questions from the audience? Yes, please. This side.
Sir, we discussed about how to contribute data sets for text, Kearney text, handwriting, handwritten text, audio with variation of background noise and all that. Can you tell us something how anyone, like any private player, any student or anyone can contribute to that data set and give you various voices so that our systems can train?
I think the best person to answer would be
you want to
Dr.
contribute
Rao.
your data to us, right?
Yes.
So may I know your organization name?
My organization name is Odivend. We are just an AI generalist. We create solutions and all.
Yeah, definitely we'll be very happy to have the data from you. So both for speech and also for handwritten. So then we can have a discussion offline, then we can plan it out, how to go forward.
Thank you, sir.
Just to add to this, you see, I have already deliberated that Government of Odisha is launching a Bhasadan Abhijan very soon, maybe next 45 days max. So where a platform would be opened where anyone, individual, organization, any institution, anybody can register and can participate either in text or in handwriting or in voice. They have to give their own area because we are aggregating district block wise, district wise, then state wise. So that we would be able to know is it a Sambalpuri language or it is a Berhampur or it is a tribal language, and we will also excite to give voices on tribal languages also. Like Santali has already been recognized as a language by the country. So all these forums would be there, their options should be there, what you are writing on any personality or places or cultures, or you want to contribute on anything technically like farm advisory services or health issues. So many verticals should be there. You will select and you submit your either in a type manner or in a handwritten manner or in a voiceover. All these three modes are acceptable so that it will be a large data set for the AI model.
Sir, I have a question. So is there a way to get benefited from the data that you collect? Can
Yes,
that
yes.
come to IIT
This
Bhubaneswar?
we are very open. This would be, we will be our first hand, we have already integrated through API level with Vasini. We are pushing all data to Vasini directly. Besides that, we will be holding all these data sets which will be open for anyone for doing research, development or any tool development or any further applications on ODI.
I have been advised to take the last question. So anybody? Yes, please.
You can use some mic nearby.
Hello. We are building one agri-tech company. So obviously I got to know a lot about like a discussion happening around the ASR.
Please be near to the mic.
The panel has discussed a lot about ASR. So my question is, as a private player, how we can engage with the data the government is generating and also the models being trained. Like how as a private player I am going to engage with that, any regulation rules around it?
No. Using ODI data sets for any ODI technology oriented development, may it ML, AI, anything, it is open. You collaborate with us, we would be very open and helpful to you to collaborate all data sets available with us.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
In fact, in the Vasini platform, everything is actually open. The models are available, open to all. You can, in fact, Vasadan, which has been there, I think few days ago, Chief Minister announced for Odisha, but it has been there by Indian government for quite some time. It is available directly. You can contribute to the portal. You can contribute to the different, even in the transliteration process also, the tools are available. There is an Anubad system which is there. You can also contribute and use those APIs for your purpose. These are all available now, open to all.
Okay, thank you, sir.
In fact, actually, it's available already with Vasini, but this outreach, we are going for a large outreach model, where actually a function should be organized at every block level, every subdivision level, every district and state headquarters. So many organizations should be involved. Colleges, universities, technical institutions, government department. So it will be a kind of a mass movement to Bhasadan, for Bhasadan. So it would be in means all through in media, so you need not worry. It would be giving you large scale ample opportunity to contribute data sets, and it will be very open. Anybody can use it for development of the Odia language or any Odia advisory services, it would be extremely open, no restriction would be there.
Thank you. And I would like to thank my panelist, Professor Dr. Nalin Rath and Dr. Raut, and also Dr. Sakti Rath. And thank you.
Before concluding, I just one announcement. Actually, this Odia typing tool is now available, and we are targeting to train 5 lakhs persons in Odia typing tool, which is developed by Odia Bhasa, Odia Virtual Academy. So now you are, I am just requesting all of you to, will be launched very soon, within next 15 days. You can learn free of cost through any of our authorized learning center of OKCL. Odisha Knowledge Corporation Limited is a public limited company under the Electronics and IT department. They have more than 1,000 centers in the state across blocks. So you can take it up and learn Odia typings free of cost.
And thank you, audience, for listening very patiently. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Our moderator and our panelists, and a big round of applause, I mean, to start day 2, and what an engaging session. I'll now request Shri Manas Ranjan Panda, Special Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Orissa, if you could come on stage and do the honors to present some tokens of appreciation to our panel here. So, I'll request our moderator and panelists to please step forward so that we can present. So, yeah, to everyone, sir, to our a big round of applause, an uttariya and token of appreciation, a memento to all our panelists. We also had Dr. Bijay Ketan Upadhyay, Secretary, Odia Language, Literature and Culture Department, Government of Orissa, though he is not here because he had to leave for a prior engagement. But we are very grateful to all our panelists, Dr. Pradeep Raut, Head Odia Virtual Academy, CEO CAC, Professor Nalini Ratha, Empire Innovation Professor, University of Buffalo, Mr. Shakti Ratha, Researcher, AI and High Performance Computing Research Center, IIT Bhubaneswar. And of course also our moderator, Mr. Ashwini Ratha, CEO Batoy System and Chairman, East Electronic and Computer Software Export Promotion Council. We are very grateful to each one of them for this wonderful start to day 2. And a group photograph. Thank you, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, just to inform that I would once again like to reiterate that post a presentation and a keynote address, we'll have a lunch break, but we have a session and then the closing post lunch as well. A very important session on health. We have some experts who have come from different parts of the country for that session. So we'll request everybody to please be with us till we finish the conference with all your support. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have an interesting presentation on AI in Smart Grid. We have with us Professor Subhranshu Samantray, Professor AI and High Performance Computing Research Center, IIT Bhubaneswar. I'll request Professor Samantray to please join on stage. Let's welcome him with a round of applause for this wonderful presentation on AI in Smart Grid. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. Well, this is a topic in everybody's life. See, without power, we cannot even step forward. So the smart grid is becoming a very emerging domain, and the application of AI is mandated because of complexity in the power system. So for a couple of minutes, I will drive you in a domain where you can see how your power system and energy systems is becoming very challenging. So in fact, this is Professor S.R. Samantray. I am the Odisha Power Transmission Corporation Chair Professor at IIT Bhubaneswar and Professor in the School of Electrical and Computer Sciences, and also the Associate Center Director of AHRC IIT Bhubaneswar, and leading this vertical of AI in Smart Grid in the AHRC. We can go to the next slide. So if we'll start thinking about the power grid or electricity in the form of grid, we started our journey in 1882 with Thomas Edison as a grid scenario, right? And this grid, I'll not discuss much about it, this grid is transforming to a very different form. So if you look at the power distribution, transmission and usage has gone to a very well connected, integrated systems from transmission, distribution and usage, and the market, economics, the regulations, all are becoming part of the smart grid systems. Now this is what we are seeing here. We are witnessing the integration of significant amount of renewables. We are witnessing 30% of EVs in place by 2030. We are going to witness 30% of storage mandate in the power system. Now you can think about when 50,000 vehicles of this city is going to be integrated in the system, the power system is going to be significantly affected. So that is how, are we ready for all these? Before talking about, because last 2 decades, or if you look at 2014, our integrations of renewable are just 8 gigawatt, which is touching more than 200 gigawatt today out of 475 gigawatt footprint of this country. So when the grid is becoming inertia-less, whether we are ready to handle it or not, these are the issues before us and we'll discuss further. So smart grid is the footprint of smart grid is just before you, but we'll discuss how the issues are very emerging. Let us go to the next slide. Well, so if you look at the conventional grid that we have started operating maybe 100 years back or so, so it was a very centralized generations, very passive consumers. So it was very fixed, or static operations you can say. Obviously, manual operations. Even today, you go to the grid substations, many things are operated manually also. But what is the mandate in today's scenario? So we are moving towards centralized to decentralized. See, if you want in your campus or even your house, you are integrating solar without thinking further that how this can go to the market. See, tomorrow people, your neighbor can sell power to you also, right? Which under the community microgrids. Now that is the reason we are decentralizing the complete topology, but how the complete decentralized monitoring process will talk to the central unit which is mandated. If you look at, we have 31 SLDCs in all states, state load dispatch centers. We have 5 regional dispatch centers. We have 1 national dispatch centers, load dispatch centers. So all are in queue. So all these state load dispatch centers are connected to regional load dispatch centers, and finally the PDC is sitting at the, and almost 1900 PMUs are across the global power grid network of India, which is monitoring the complete power system. So many people may not be knowing, our complete power system is monitored. We have spent more than $1 billion of money in placing 1900 PMUs in place, where 20 stations are in the state, right? So that is how the decentralized monitoring, see, you have to monitor fast, then you can control. So monitoring the power system of 500 gigawatt is not the easy task, right? So that is how the challenges are coming. So automation and AI are mandated, obviously. We have to go further to monitor, and decision making has to be automated. See, tomorrow the controller, the operator cannot go and switch off the circuit breaker. It has to be operated and the advisory should come. We are also working in this state, in the OPTCL network, how to solve the problems time to time. Obviously, real-time data and its impact on the decision making will be the next course of action. So all these, we are really, it is a paradigm shift from conventional to smart grid that all of us know, right? Let us go to the next slide. Right. So what are the emerging challenges? As we have discussed, there is a significant amount of renewables connected, right? We are with 230 gigawatt of renewables out of 475. close to 45% plus. Now, out of that, close to 190 are solar plus wind. And if you further go down, only solar is 130 gigawatt. Now we can think about if the solar, when we talk about, it is nothing but inverters. So the power system is going from inertia to inertia less as per the control is concerned. That is the reason we have to really focus on how the protection controls and the monitoring process will be enhanced with this situation. So renewable integrations are mandated, but the repercussions are not that simple. There are serious challenges with us. Complex demand-supply balancing. See, earlier it was demand-driven supply. Right now, the demand-side management is mandating supply-driven demand. So you have to manage your demand, right? So that supply will be as per that, as per the dispatch centers or so. So supply-driven demand is coming up, which is called demand-side management. So this is not easy, very complex, because the load patterns are changing, right? If you look at an induction furnace has a different load than data centers, right? See, data centers are going to consume in gigawatt. Remember, what we talk about AI at the back end is going to have significant amount of power to consume. The data center which is coming in Visakhapatnam recently is going to have 2 gigawatt. Similarly, we are planning in Odisha also, which will consume a significant amount of power. Nobody can think about it, because back end you need the power to transform all these computations. High stress on grid assets. Obviously, the grid management at the distribution side is becoming very complex. The loads are random, the generations are random. So how to manage it? So stress management in the grid is another vertical. Then greater coordination between the requirements, right? Grid monitoring. You know, all of you will be surprised. You know, power system, if you look at, all of you must see, you might have seen the grids. I mean the towers when you pass through the substations or the roads. But have you ever thought how you are monitoring in the grid substation? You know, it is not that simple. We monitor by current and voltage transformers. Those are very fundamental units. But those are basically time domain signals which are converted to phasors, right, in our electrical language. So the phasor transformation is a big task, right? I am working in the phasor transformation last 15 years, having couple of patents and products also. Now, how this phasor measurement will be very intensive or can be very pure in this contaminated power system is the task, right? So grid monitoring is becoming, that is how in India we have placed 1900 PMUs by 2019 or 2020 to monitor the complete power grid scenario of 475 gigawatt. But remember, 475 gigawatt the installed capacity, our peak demand in India has crossed 270 gigawatt this year. So you can take about 230 to 240 to 270 is the operation range of the pan-India scenario. And we have to monitor all these, right? So grid monitoring is becoming a serious concern. Obviously, we have to upgrade the grid infrastructure, which is very important. As you know, we are integrating renewable storage, EVs. These are 3 major integrations to the conventional grid. So to cater to the operational challenges or to ease the operation, we have to moderate our grid infra. I am telling you the transmission, see, there are 3 corridors: generation, transmission, distribution, then usage. Transmission is almost saturated. We don't invest much in transmission. We have to invest in the distribution, right? Tomorrow's mandate is we have to invest in the distribution, and that is how we are going forward. Next slide, please. Right. So as we discussed, the grid is moving from the inertia to inertia less. You know, it has a big impact. Why it is so? Because all our controls work on the inertia-based system. Now you can think about when 270 gigawatt operation power is changing its shape and 50% has already been the inverters, can you think about how our grid control may fail unless otherwise we will be ready tomorrow, right? Intermittent availability of renewable energy. All of you know, see, renewable integration is not the issue. issue is all the renewables we integrate are not meeting our loads instantaneously. You can see one slide here, PV generation and the loads are not matching. Wind produces at the night, you may not need it. PV generation is peak at 12 to 2, you may not need that. So you have to store it. That is the reason last decade we engaged ourselves integrating almost 200 gigawatt in Indian scenario. Right now, the mandate is coming, integration is enough. Let us look forward how it can work. So storage integration is becoming a serious challenge, and this country is also taking forward. We are already arrived at a mandate, 30% storage integration will be mandated tomorrow to really cater to these services, right? See, maximum power, obviously, all the renewables should be with maximum power capacity. That is a technical issue which is looking forward. So if you look at here, this curves what you are seeing, as the renewables are intermittent with respect to the load, we have to store it. Now storage has different technologies. You know, lithium ion is not only the solution which may be phasing out also, you never know. That is the reason all of you will be surprised, this state has a big voids or big pockets of water bodies. So what we are essentially thinking right now, I am also part of the process, we will be devising or building pumped hydro storage even up to the scale of 10 megawatt. So if you will build that, that will be green storage, so to say. That is what is required. And fortunately, we are sitting at a place, we have a good number of water bodies. So this is the scenario, we have enough integrations, but the integrations are not meeting the load, so storage is the mandate. So how to really connect all these and meeting our operation is the challenge. Let us go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Right. So what we are discussing is coming to this form. Why digital and AI platform? Your life becoming digital, there is no doubt about it. The morning you starts with the mobile phones, right? Now if you look at, power is a critical infrastructure. Remember, power is a critical infrastructure as healthcare. Today power is not there, you cannot be here, right? We have to really preserve it. We have to really manage very efficiently. So what are the challenges? If you look at, the grid is becoming digital, there is no doubt. We don't call it as energy management system right now. One step ahead we go, we call it as digital energy systems, right? Because what I have told you, 31 SLDC, 5 RLDC and 1 National Load Dispatch Centers, all are digital grid scenarios. All are dispatch centers or the nodal centers for the digitalization of the power grid. So India is one of the very organized power network in the world. If you look at the European and North American power network, they are very discrete in nature. But India is the only country, possibly, which has one country, one network, one frequency. That is one nation, one frequency. That is our mandate. That is good, but if something is propagated, we have to take serious actions, right? So the challenges becoming integration of renewables are really was mandate, but this creates challenges right now. Improved reliability and resilience. Power grid should be resilient day by day, right? We have to build a resilient power system really to cater to all these problems. Enhanced efficiency and cost. Obviously, cost is one of the very important part. Return on investment is in each project is very important. Grid flexibility. Obviously, we are decentralized operation, so grid flexibility is improving. But these are the requirements which is really addressing this. Data-driven decision making. So as the data is aggregated, so tomorrow we have to build the data-driven these systems, decision making systems. I will show you some of the decision making, how AI can enable tomorrow. Obviously, innovation will be the first step for any technology solution that will forget. So if you look at, this is a circle which is showing you smart grid with all integration of electric vehicles, wind, photovoltaic, hydrogen, all the plants are there. And how really, and storage is also in place. And what we are essentially going for, how these challenges can be addressed in the digital platform, being a digital platform with AI enablers. Next. Next slide, please. Right. So if you look at a bigger umbrella, so this is something called big data is going to be generated. There is no doubt. You know, I will give the example. You should not be taking it like big data is just a word here. You know, India is already generating huge data because we have 1900 PMUs in place. India is already witnessing a significant amount of voltage, current, power, frequency, all the data. Now, how this data can really be processed for decision making is the challenge, right? So that's what we are, so the forecasting, if you look at, you know, Orissa is a network having 6,000 megawatt everyday transaction minus CPP. We have already listened yesterday, we have 30,000 megawatt plus generation in the state, but CPP and the plants minus, you have 6,000, 5,500 to 6,000 is the daily dispatch. Now, you cannot believe, out of that, close to 800 to 1,200 is the renewable sometimes we import. So, in that situation, your load forecasting is very important. You know, what will happen next day, tomorrow, 24 hour has to be forecasted. Otherwise, you cannot dispatch. So, you can think about if the forecasting is wrong, even if 2%, your dispatch will be in trouble because the power is 6,000, which is big. So, AI powered, we are also working on this, how to fix or bring a good estimator for the forecasting. Recently we have taken it up further for the state. Because today, before 24 hours, you have to fix how to dispatch the tomorrow's loads, right? Fault prediction and prevention. You know, fault is one of the very important scenario which can make this grid catastrophic. Any kind of short circuit or open circuit can create any kind, catastrophic failure. You know, power network is the most complex network in this world, right? And any propagation goes in the speed of light, you cannot stop it. So it will be catastrophic. The second one will be just catastrophic. Self-healing grids, obviously we can enable database systems to build a self-healing system, building the more resilience. Optimizing the usage of renewables, obviously. See, now we are producing and we never know how to go. If you look at, out of all these, every time stamp, 30% is also not reaching. Renewable penetration in usage is not reaching 25 plus, right? So that is how really to optimize during meeting the demand is the question, and we have to work on that. Obviously, market will be a big vertical. You know, at this juncture, when renewables are going and storage, EV, all are in place, how the market, we are now going to build one center called Center for Renewable Energy Research Institute. I will tell after my talk, couple of minutes, what are the initiatives we are taking. Being official chair professor and energy, we are doing a lot of work how the energy scenario can go forward in the state. So if you look at market economics will be the driving force tomorrow, which was not yesterday properly. And the distributed system operators, DSOs are not in place even in Indian pan-India scenario today. We have to bring all this because we have to operate decentralized, right? Which will talk to the TSO and other verticals. So these are the AI can enable different domains of the smart grid. Please, next. Next slide, please. Right. So basically, if you look at, we are moving towards data-driven to knowledge-driven, right? We are going one step ahead, or we should think progressively that if the system will be knowledge-driven, it is really automation, right? See, I will give one example. You know, this state having 30,000 gigawatt, it is a 30,000 megawatt. There are a number of CPPs. I got a demand from the director of SLDC that please take this issue to the lab. The issue is, these CPPs, when integrated to the Odisha power network, they create something called small signal oscillations. You cannot see it, but the small signal oscillations will hit the generators back, right? So how to solve this problem? So that is how, if you look at, we have to make automated solution which is obviously data enabled. We have to create advisory for the operators. We have to build early warning systems. What my power system will say, see after 7 days, I should predict today. You know, I was working with Hydro-Quebec, one of the largest power producer of Canada, right? Now that Hydro-Quebec, we built the dynamic security assessment during my studies in McGill University, 2008, right? Security assessment enablers using fuzzy logic in those days. Now this can be data driven or AI enabled. So how we can build early warning systems are the mandate of today's, because there are so much complexities, right? AI driven optimizations, if you look at power flow is one of the very important scenario. See, we monitor every instant. For your information, you monitor power system every 15 minutes in the SLDC or RLDC or NLDC, which is coming to 4 minutes because of PMU fastness or PMU network. See, earlier it was RTUs which were not faster in communications. But right now, PMU is very fast. We are sending 2 samples per cycle, right? Earlier it was 1. So we are also making this process faster. So I can throw one light here, some light on how the quantum computing can help us. You know, quantum computing can be behind the server. You know, huge data is processed. See, this 4 minutes tomorrow can be in seconds. I was listening to Sundar Pichai one talk 15 days back. The quantum computers built by Google is going to solve a problem of 2 years in 2 hours. That is what is they are working. I will not go further. So that is how power system operation needs faster computational platform. This many people may not be knowing behind the background what is happening. So power, if all the load dispatch centers have a big backbone of something called distributed computing systems, right? So their servers are sitting. So if you look at, we have to do optimization AI enabled. Obviously big data plus AI improves health management. You know, every instance we have to monitor the health of the power system, like your own health. You know, like blood is moving inside, the current is passing. And remember, power system, nothing is visible. Fan is moving, you are seeing. I have not seen till today the current moving inside the conductor, but I know the effect, the impact, right? That is how possibly we have to, you can imagine, I mean, nothing is visible, but we are coming forward to assess it. That is how it is going further. So we have to really build the grid network solutions with data and AI enabled. Please, next slide, please. So if you look at, the lot of inverters are integrated. You know, 130 gigawatt of already integrated in Indian, I am talking about the pan in India scenario. So those inverters need to be AI driven for the grid stability and enhanced low voltage ride capability. How many cycles the inverter can really sustain the network in case of catastrophic failures. Then frequency support, obviously the fundamental requirements, and reactive power control is more important than active power right now. There are various reasons. Next slide, please. I was talking about there are 4 oscillations in the power system which can be AI enabled. The left hand side is showing the conventional that can be translated to AI enabled here with deep neural network and support solutions. So what we can do right now, as we have a significant amount of data, those data can be transferred to decision making, and how you are training your network is depending upon you, how we are building the black box for the usage, because every solution you cannot build the mathematical model. That is the reason we have a black box called neural network or similar, then train it as per your requirement, because you have good amount of history data. Next slide, please. Fault prediction. If you look at right now, earlier fault was we were predicting locally, but in case local fails, what will be done? We have to use also remote end data. So this is called wide area monitoring based protection systems. So you can see all the PMUs connected can make clusters and send the information to control center for decision making. So this is how we can use the data for enabling the protection system, which is heart of the system, right? Next slide, please. Right? Estimation and forecasting, power system, when you talk about power engineers, you have to very strong in signal processing and communication also. If you don't have the background of signal processing, you cannot move inch in power system. So estimation is very important, and because, phasor estimation, forecasting, all are estimations. Optimizations are also part of estimations, right? So if you look forward, why inertia estimation you are seeing in this slide? Because inertia is going down and down. So how your existing control can work? Your existing control can work if you can inject virtual inertia to the system. So many of you might have heard the term called virtual inertia, right? This inertia has to be estimated, and the rest has to be really integrated, injected, so that the existing control can work, right? That is how inertia estimation is becoming a problem, which was not there couple of years, 10 years back, right? Load forecasting, as I told, load forecasting has to be error-free, otherwise your dispatch will be in trouble. So these can be data-driven. So instead of deterministic, we are going for heuristic solutions tomorrow, right? That is how we are moving. Next. Electric vehicle integration looks very fancy today. It will really kill the instinct of power system if we are not ready. This city has 5 lakh vehicles. Can you imagine if 50,000 vehicles are integrated, what will be the power system? We are reaching 6,000, that 6,000 may go to 10,000. You don't have power, right? Now the question is, you cannot integrate your EV anytime. Tomorrow will work like this. You will be given a code, right? Your code will work as per the demand side management. You cannot integrate and take your EV. So that is how, to ease the operation, all these should work together. So if you look at, it is showing the EV strategy, EV load curve during weekdays and EV load curve during weekends. So these are not same. So to meet this, how your maximum demand per day is working, you have to coordinate. So the grid to vehicle and vehicle to grid operations are becoming very serious challenge, because we are going to, our mandate is 30%, we are going to integrate. So that is the reason this issue is also very emerging and very challenging. Next. Right? Smart metering. Obviously, this is the topology which go like this. So smart metering is also going to have significant amount of data, but the question is how this bidirectional flow of power, your campus may inject power to the grid. Now this metering concept needs to follow a different path, and that can be data driven. That is how the smart metering is also taking a big footprints in our power system. Next, please. Next. Right. See, all we are discussing basically, because this is digital platform. The other big problem is cyber security. All the 31 plus 5 plus 1, 37 dispatch centers are under serious threat. See, anytime anything can be vulnerable. And integration of inverters, these are the points I am showing you, primary and secondary control positions where data can be injected. Vulnerability are there. So we have to be very careful, otherwise this will be seriously injected and catastrophic failure can be there. So this is how the data and the power network move together, and cyber security, I am happy to share, we have developed a cyber security proposal for the SLDC of the state, more than 18 crore, which has been approved, and we are going ahead. And this state is going to witness one of the state-of-the-art SLDC in tomorrow, right? With PMU network, which has already been approved also. Please, next one. Next slide, please. Well, see, digital twin is the mandate for power system tomorrow, right? So what we are talking about monitoring, you will bring everything to the control center. So what you see here, the physical network will talk to the digital network. And all the simulation studies, all the forecasting, all the contingencies which are yet to be seen can be monitored, can be studied here. And any kind of contingency can be addressed. I can tell you one thing, you do not know which kind of problem to come. So at the digital network, you have to do every kind of simulation to go ahead. So physical and digital network will come. You will be happy to learn this state is going to have digital twin very soon. Having the PME network and this SLDC, we are working to bring the digital twin for this 6,000 megawatt of this state. Next please. Well, obviously grid resiliency will be AI driven, optimizations, multi-layer cyber defense. So that is the mandate that we are going ahead and we'll build it. Next one. Next slide please. Well, this is the future smart grid which is having data and energy both together. It is not energy now, it is data and energy flow, right? So this is going to be the model tomorrow for any big power system operations. Next. Right? This is the transformation we are going to see. The conventional power system to evolutions in the AI, right? So the right hand side, you know, we worked last 8 years with a big collaboration of more than $30 million with the US, having five IITs, 9 R&Ds from India, 4 universities in US plus 10 very top-notch R&Ds of US. Last 8 years we worked on smart grid proposal having $30 million the budget, right? And we really worked on some page. See, smart grid is not a one-day affair. It takes years to make it. So this is what we want to see tomorrow, and this is a mandate. You cannot take it out of, because the digital platform has to take this shape of AI-enabled services. Next slide, please. This is where you will be tomorrow, right? You have physical layer, you have communication or cyber layer, then you have intelligence layer. So all the 3 layers, they need to work so that automation will be in place. That is how we are envisaging. A lot of universities along with the R&Ds are working together how to bring this model to a system, right? We know it is not that easy, because finally at the end of the day, you have to run the power network to public. So within these constraints, how to really go ahead, but this will be the shape of the future smart grids. Next slide, please. Right? If you look at the roadmap of this will be AI-enabled continental, you know, the interconnection will be there from country to countries tomorrow. 100% renewable is becoming mandate by 2047. Autonomous AI energy clouds, you know, most of the computation will be in cloud for this, that we are witnessing and seeing tomorrow. Grid operational symbiosis predictive, you know, prediction is the mandate how to operate because of this. See, we are moving for the deterministic to uncertainty. So when the uncertainty there, you have to drive by, and data-driven solutions need to be in place. Fortunately, we have data. And cross-sector coupling between, you know, green hydrogen is booming up. Similar sectors will come to be integrated here, right? It is not only PV, solar, wind, storage, and conventional. Green hydrogen is taking up shape. This state is going to have, IIT Bhubaneswar is working to build 2 big green hydrogen. One is COE, one is testing center very soon. So because Odisha has an intent of 6 million ton of green hydrogen, already 2 million ton have been approved. So you can think about a big chunk of green hydrogen need to be stored. You know, green hydrogen has 2 outlets. One is usage, another can be through electrolyzer, you can give back to the grid. So green hydrogen can talk to grid, right? Next. This is how we are moving towards a greener, intelligent, and digital energy system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we were supposed to have Mr. Raghav Gupta, seasoned education and technology leader, here for the keynote address. However, unfortunately, because of a problem, the flight got cancelled in the morning. He couldn't make it to Bhubaneswar, but he's been kind enough to send us his message. He recorded it and he has sent it. So we would be listening to him, but through a message here. As you all know, he serves as the head of education initiative for India and Asia Pacific at OpenAI, where he's spearheading efforts to bring artificial intelligence meaningfully into classrooms, institution, and learning ecosystem across the region. And most of you would be aware that yesterday, if you were present, the government of Odisha has also got into a new alliance with OpenAI for AI capability and comes with over 25 years of experience in building and scaling high growth technology businesses and has played a pivotal role in transforming access to education and digital platforms in Asia. So let's see what he has to share with us today in his keynote address.
Hello, Namaskar. My name is Raghav Gupta. I'm with OpenAI. I was going to be there with you in person, but due to my flight cancellation from Delhi, unfortunately, I'm not. But hopefully this video address still just does some justice to my not being there in person. I'm going to be talking about AI in education and what we are seeing at OpenAI. And I'm going to be using a few slides. So let me just go ahead and share my screen and we'll get started. Okay. So education is a very important area for us at OpenAI, and we are seeing a lot of good activity in the country as well as around the world. And before I jump in, let me set a little bit of context. ChatGPT is about 3 years old. When it launched in late 2022, it reached 100 million users in just 2 months. It was by far the fastest growing consumer product in history. And today, now that we are at 3 years, 800 million people, 80 crore people, which is roughly 10% of humanity, use ChatGPT every single week. In India, we've seen the number of active users, people who use ChatGPT, has gone up 3 times in the last 1 year. And AI and ChatGPT are being used in countless ways, but some of our biggest dreams for this technology actually lie in education. And why education? Let me give you a little bit of an insider view on what we are seeing and how we are thinking about this. This is a large number and it represents the percentage of ChatGPT users who are under 24 in India, right? A large number of our user base is under 24, which means many of them are students. And globally, in fact, India has the largest population of students on ChatGPT worldwide. And you might be wondering, what are they turning to ChatGPT for? Why do students come to ChatGPT and what do they do when they are here? They actually turn to ChatGPT for learning, like you'll see in this particular slide. Learning is the top use case among students. They turn to ChatGPT to study for exams, to get help with homework, to explore new concepts. And this is true in the country, it's true for actually every region around the world as well. And with almost 800 million people on ChatGPT, it means that it has become one of the largest learning platforms in the world. And so learning and students are important to OpenAI. It's core to our mission, how do we get AGI to benefit all of humanity? And it's core to why users come to ChatGPT as well. We see tremendous opportunity. We also see certain key challenges as we look at the impact of AI on education. And let me touch upon both of those briefly. On the opportunity side, AI has the potential to be a personal tutor for every student, a tool that can help democratize education and improve learning outcomes. Years ago, Benjamin Bloom conducted a famous study and found that students who received one-on-one tutoring outperformed 98% of their peers in traditional classrooms. The study has become the global standard for education, and one-on-one tutoring is out of reach for most students, so this is not possibly something that we can scale. Excuse me. We see a world where every student has not just a tutor, but a lifelong learning agent, a coach that grows with them, understands their goals, nudges them forward, and helps students become their best selves as well. At the same time, challenges are real. As AI adoption grows, there are also increasing fears that AI will undermine learning and education. And we are very conscious of this. We know that true learning takes friction, grappling with ideas, studying, repetition, asking questions, and actively engaging with the study material as well. It is quite clear that if students use AI as a shortcut, they will not learn. What the research shows is that when students use AI in specific ways, guided by educators and teachers, AI can significantly enhance learning performance. And therein is the core challenge. AI adoption is very grassroots. Students are digital natives. They are racing ahead in using this technology. And most of the times, they are ahead of colleges and universities. Excuse me, my throat has been a little unwell last few days. And it is on us as an education ecosystem where we have the responsibility and the urgency to dive in and guide students and to get this right. Our mission in education is to improve learning. How do we bring the right quality of learning to the ecosystem? Empowering students with AI literacy, with getting ready for the jobs of tomorrow, and enabling educational institutions to advance as well. Today we think of campuses, we think of libraries, we think of sports facilities, the internet as core infrastructure to a campus. We want AI to be a part of the core infrastructure for campuses as well, where everybody has access to this amazing technology. And as a part of this mission, we serve students, we serve teachers, and then we work with institutions, educational institutions, and the government as well in our work. And let me talk about each of these. With students, we engage with them, we provide examples and guidance on how they can leverage this technology. On the screen, you'll see examples of artifacts that we have published in the US, in India. Examples of chats, which are very interesting on how students use ChatGPT. And then some specific examples. Earlier this year, we launched what is called study mode in ChatGPT. This is a mechanism where ChatGPT does not give you answers like it usually does, but it becomes a AI tutor where it provides you step-by-step guidance and it helps you learn. It can also help you make flashcards and quizzes so that you can, prepare for your education, your exams. Then you can use ChatGPT where you can upload PDFs and presentations. It can help you clean up your notes. It can help you summarize research papers, lecture slides. It can help you, get this into any preparation that you might be looking to do. And then also within ChatGPT, you have projects where you can organize your work. You can have specific projects for specific subjects, for specific topics that you're taking, and you can organize your work as a part of that as well. Students also use ChatGPT for career planning. It can help you with your resumes and with your cover letters. You can tailor them based on the specific objectives that you're looking to achieve. Deep research, which is a feature within ChatGPT, can be very helpful when you're doing research for jobs. It can help you find different opportunities that exist. And what I particularly like is actually interview prep with voice. So you can switch on voice mode within ChatGPT. It can help you practice for an interview. You can talk to it in English and many other languages. And then it can give you very helpful feedback on what you did well and what you could be doing better as well. And then in everyday life, Canva is integrated in ChatGPT. You can create posters and invitations. It can help you plan your week, help you make your schedules. And then very recently, earlier this week, we launched a new version of image generation. It's really, really good and exciting. You can create many different themes, mood boards, custom art, and so on. And many students use that in their everyday life purposes as well. When it comes to teachers, and these are teachers in K-12 schools in higher education, teachers use ChatGPT for lesson planning, for engaging students through various assignments and projects and case studies in classes, for generating assessments as well. And again, we published a web page where some of what we think are some of the best chats for teachers are also available for others to use as reference as well. And then lastly, like I said, we work with institutions and the government. We feel really privileged and honored to be partnering with the government of Odisha. And as a part of this partnership, we will be providing AI capacity building, so training for college students and for government officials. And we will be provisioning API credits to some of our models so that experimentation and piloting related work can be done in the state as well. Now, all of this leads us to the ability to work together. We are conscious that some people know how to use this technology well, but many people are at beginner level and they need a bit of hand-holding, training, and enablement. And so working together becomes extremely important, where we can demonstrate the power of this technology. And many a times we'll start with basic concepts and go into some deeper use cases. And let me take a few examples to illustrate this very briefly. Now, many a times I've heard people wonder that they ask ChatGPT a question, and if two people ask it the same question, sometimes the answers can vary a little bit. And it's helpful to understand that AI is non-deterministic. What that means is that if you ask an open-ended question, each time you will get a slightly different answer. As you'll see with this example on the screen, what's a quick snack I can make at home? And if you ask a fairly broad question, it can give you these different answers that you see on the screen as well. And it is important to understand that this technology is different from how non-generative products like possibly Google search or even calculators work, where you get the same answer every time. And if the question is more specific, then the answer choices do start to get narrowed down quite a bit as well. Secondly, ChatGPT can be steerable, right? It's like a personal assistant which you can guide, and it will give you the kind of output that you're looking for. If you see this example, right, which is Sachin the best cricketer or is Virat the best cricketer? If I say Virat is the best cricketer, it will give me supporting write-up to kind of validate that. And if I say Sachin is the best cricketer, it will again support that fact as well. But we do aim to stick to the facts, right? And what that does is it will outright deny completely false information, right? If I were to say Raghav is the best cricketer ever, it will not give me an answer like we see on the screen right now. Now, these are just some basic understandings. What we also do is when we work with faculty members and with teachers, we help them develop what is called custom GPTs, right? Custom GPTs are almost like plug and play GPT templates. These could be used by faculty members, these could be used by students, by staff. And if you're doing a particular activity repeatedly, instead of writing prompts for that activity, uploading documents to guide ChatGPT, you can do all of that once and create a custom GPT. And then you can just press a few buttons and it can deploy right away. And you'll see examples here, class companion, quiz and exam creator. So if a faculty member were to say, look, I want you to design quizzes and exam questions in a specific manner, whether those are multiple choice questions or whatever it might be, they can give all of this information to ChatGPT and then it will repeat that process every single time. And if I were to step back a little bit, right, ultimately our journey today is not just about education as an end in itself. We see a world where AI can truly expand human intelligence and human potential. And I look forward to realizing that in the future with all of you. Thank you so much for your attention. Again, apologies for not being there in person. And I hope to meet up together in the coming future.
A big thank you to Mr. Gupta. A big round of applause. That was it's unfortunate that the flight had got cancelled and he couldn't make it, but we are very, very thankful to him for his address. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be taking a short lunch break. We'll be resuming the session exactly at 2 p.m. So I'll request, we have a session, very important session on health. And as you know, I had already informed, we have experts who have come from different parts of the country. So we're expecting that all of you would be with us for the session on health and then the closing remarks. So the lunch, as usual, like yesterday, for delegates, it has been arranged on the first floor. So I'll request everyone to please proceed for lunch, have a sumptuous lunch, and come back at 2 p.m. in the main hall. We'll just have one session at that point of time, so everybody can assemble in the main hall for the health session. Thank you so much. Delhi and AIMS New Delhi. We have Dr. Debashish Das, Director, Institute of Life Sciences, Bhubaneswar, Ms. Purva Malviya, Head of Engineering, Noora Health, Dr. Prachi Karkhane's Expert, MEL and Gender Lead, Wadhwani AI, Mr. Sanjay Swai, Co-Founder and Chief Technology Officer, Cure Bay, Ms. Shamsri Das, Senior Program Officer, Strengthening Health Capacity, Gates Foundation, and this session will be moderated by Ms. Pratusha Mukhopadhyay from Samagra. So a big round of applause to our panelists and our moderator. I'll request Ms. Pratusha to take this session forward.
We have a compelling conversation and discussion lined up in AI in healthcare. This is a topic that continues to gain urgency and relevance today, and we have a very good panel with government leaders, industry leaders, as well as funding presence within us. This will set a broad context for a broader conversation in patient health, digital health, and entrepreneurship as well in healthcare. So you all know who the panelists are. I'll just start with Ms. Ashwati. Ma'am, what are some of the biggest burning challenges in healthcare that are happening within the state of Odisha, and where all do you really feel that AI can have an impact?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for having me. It's extremely, and it's an honor to be part of this distinguished panel. And so, see, Odisha, as you know, in healthcare especially, we have a government that is extremely committed to improving the health status of each and every citizen. And one of the main, let's say, point that one can note in this regard is the fact that almost 8% of the state budget is spent on healthcare, which is one of the highest among any states in the country. Now, given this fact, and also given the fact that there are a lot of legacy issues that the government had to endure and take care of, so if you look at the progress of healthcare in the last few decades, within Odisha, you will see that almost every parameter Odisha has improved. In fact, between NFHS 4 and 5, you will see that one of the sharpest decline in MMR, IMR, and many other critical parameters has been in Odisha. Having said that, going forward, to answer Pratusha's question, what could be some of the main challenges as a policy maker one will have to see and perhaps strategize for? One, I would say, is the fact that we are at the cusp of a demographic transition. There is a change in the composition of population that we have. By 2036, 60+ population is likely to be almost an equal proportion to the 60- population within Odisha, which means that the strategy for healthcare will have to be reoriented in favor of certain interventions more focused on, let's say, geriatric care and so on. Number two is also the fact that Odisha has many other states, like many other states, we do have triple burden of diseases. And what do I mean by that? As the state progresses, the proportion of communicable diseases would come down. And we have seen in many other developed states is that the burden of non-communicable diseases like cancer and CKD would increase as a proportion. However, Odisha still continues to have both in critical proportion, which is NCDs as well as communicable diseases like malaria and dengue happens to be a burden for us, along with the third burden, which is injuries and trauma and accidents. So this is going forward another main critical challenge that the state will face. Third, I would say, is the impact of climate change. So how does that reflect in terms of healthcare delivery and again healthcare policy? Is that all our health delivery systems will have to be both infrastructure and manpower will have to be climate change resistant. We also will have to take care of and prepare for a potential maybe another pandemic. So because we've seen that such cases and outbreaks has been happening in the last 1 or 2 years as well. So this is another critical challenge that we will have to face. And last but not the least, there is a change in the social framework that is happening within Odisha. Now again, what do I mean by that? The proportion of urban population is increasing at a rapid pace. We've seen this as a pattern in many other states as well, but here we have seen that by 2036 again, all over the country, approximately 50% is likely to be in the staying in urban centers. As you have seen is that the programmatic component of healthcare delivery has been driven mostly by the rural health mission, which had a certain way of functioning. But I think now with this social transition and urbanization, there is a slight reorientation that one will have to make in terms of number one, healthcare delivery for urban places, and also perhaps new issues, especially with respect to smaller families, mental health problems, and so on. So these are likely to be the main, let's say, challenges that going forward, the health sector will have to face in specifically with respect to Odisha. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, Ashwati ma'am. So now I'll ask Professor Tapan to share a bit about his current work in AI because he's been building some great things. So would request him to share a bit about what he's been building.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a big privilege for me to be here in Odisha AI Summit because I'm from Odisha, and I felt that it's really good that I can showcase some of the work what we are doing at IIT Delhi. So maybe here in this slide you can see some of the work. I'll go very quickly. So I've just written that adaptive intelligence for digital health. So mostly as a healthcare, we always, and when we're talking about AI and health, we believe that the AI can solve all the problems. So, but I look at in two directions. One is working on the health, can I advance AI? At the same time, just using AI, can I find out some solution of the big problem? This is what I do. So one of the work which is very close to my heart is the blindness. So, so you'll be surprised to know that this is the figure of the blindness in India. And you'll be surprised to know that nearly 40 to 45% blind people, they live in India. And due to this blindness, there are lots of problems, but we lose nearly 30 billion US dollar every year. This is a very big economic loss for the country like India. So I started working on this domain more than 20 years back. So because when I trying to understand the intelligence, because you know this AI is a hot topic today, but truly speaking, if you ask me, have you seen AI? My answer is no. Until now, I have not seen the true AI. These are the advanced words of automation, right? So that's why when I try to understand about the intelligence, I came up with one problem that is it possible to restore sight to the blind? And if I can restore, then most probably I can understand how they learn to see. This is how I started my journey in the blindness. And what we do, we have a project in Delhi. We do outreach, treatment, research, and education. So basically earlier, I mean, before I start this work, in the medical science, the hypothesis was that if somebody born blind and being blind for, let's say, 2 months or 2 years or 5 years, they cannot get back the sight. So I worked against this hypothesis and I proved that the blind can see even at the age of 20 years. So I have already restored sight to more than 700 blinds in India. But doing this, I'm trying to do that how we can alleviate this problem of blindness, how we can stop it or how we can make it minimum. So as I work on this area, so I'm developing some technology by which we can diagnose the visual problem as quick as possible, and at the same time we can take the right kind of action. So these are the two video what you see. One is the visual field and 3D motion perception, which is two important aspects of the vision. So using this kind of fundamental understanding that how we have this depth perception, how we see this visual field. So we are coming up with some technology. So this is a very, AI-powered VR-based technology. So the idea is to diagnose many fundamental problems of the eye as quick as possible, even in the village level. Let's say if we deploy this technology in the places where there is a shortage of the clinician or the trained manpower, still we can diagnose many problems. So I'm just giving the example of the vision, but actually if you look at many developmental problems, so in the healthcare, madam already mentioned that a few big things are happening, but the most devastating problems are neuro-related problems. So if we can diagnose some of the problems, like let's say autism, you know, autism is a very big problem. So the question is, can we diagnose as early as possible? So these are this kind of technology can be deployed. I mean, I'm just showing you in the domain of vision, but also the similar kind of things we can do. So in Delhi, actually, we are planning with AIMS New Delhi that can we come up with some kind of grid, the eye screening grid, which should be deployed all over the India, then all the data will become over there and we can diagnose, we can see that, that if somebody is going to have some vision related problems. So this is one technology I'm showing you. Next, please. Yeah, this is actually, you can see, this is the perimeter in the medical diagnosis. People use very huge and which is very subjective. That means the doctor will tell you what to do. You have to listen to the doctor's command and accordingly you have to do. Let's say if somebody is non-verbal, cannot speak, or if somebody is child, they cannot follow the doctor's command and the diagnosis is not very accurate. So we are coming up with the second right side device, which is very small and they have to wear, they need not to follow the doctor's command and automatically it will diagnose many different factors of the eye problem. So I'm also heading few of the startup as an advisor. So you can see here, so WinB, this is also related to the vision. You know, amblyopia is a very big problem. So the question is, can we train both eye and brain to relearn how to see? Second one, the handheld IoT, this is doing very well. This is also incubated at IIT Delhi. So this is a digital water quality measurement system, AI based. So this is, I mean, you can check this clicks. Third is EV healthcare. So I'm also mentoring and this is going to be incubated at IIT Delhi. This is, again, we are using AI to diagnose different kind of problems and I mean to mark all this different imaging data. Then Hermit Lab, actually Hermit Lab is again started by one of my students and they are looking for, they are doing on this AI in learning disability. So AI learning disability, we have a very interesting tool and which is the best startup in India AI competition and many states are looking for, I mean, to deploy this technology. And I believe that even, I mean, the Odisha is interested, will be happy to deploy this learning, AI-based, I mean, learning technology. So these are some of the things. And, okay, this is already, I'm done. Next. Okay, so you can see this video. This is Sora. We are also working on a cleft patient. This is again with the collaboration at AIMS New Delhi. So this is already been developed. So we are doing the clinical trials now. So please start this video.
A collaboration between IIT Delhi and AIIMS New Delhi focuses on helping children born with cleft lip and palate. Even after surgery, many children require speech therapy to develop their language and articulation. The challenge is that consistent speech therapy is critical after surgery, but it is often too far, too costly, or simply unavailable for families in rural areas. Our idea is a speech therapy app designed specifically for children affected by cleft lip and palate. It is a daily companion that brings expert therapy exercises directly to their homes. The app is built for rural Hindi-speaking users, delivering content in accessible, friendly Hindi. Our solution uses AI as a supportive coach. The AI listens to the child's speech, gives instant feedback, adapts to their level, and gently encourages them. This is crucial as speech recovery is deeply connected to confidence. Positive feedback and small, visible improvements build motivation and self-confidence, which are vital for recovery. For families without regular access to therapists, the AI serves as a consistent companion, extending human care into their homes. Our vision is that this app will give children their voice back, helping them speak with clarity and grow up with the confidence to be heard. Thank you for watching this video.
Second video, please.
Welcome to the Hermit Labs video. We provide digital solutions for vision and language, and we are excited to share our product line with you. We address two key problems: amblyopia, or lazy eye, which affects 4% of Indians and requires early, convenient treatment. The second problem is dyslexia, a learning difficulty affecting over 35 million children in India, requiring specialized therapy. Our solution for amblyopia is WinV, which stands for Window to Vision, an advanced amblyopia vision home therapy application. It is designed to make vision therapy easier and more accessible. WinV features 12 evidence-based eye exercises in 30-minute daily sessions on any device. It's gamified for better compliance and includes a practitioner dashboard for progress tracking. For language learning and phoneme awareness, we present Readable. Our solution tackles low phoneme awareness, lack of multilingual tools, passive learning, and limited feedback with instant pronunciation feedback and gamified, interactive practice. Readable features include phoneme learning exercises, a web browser extension, and a document analyzer to enhance the learning experience. Our vision is to make vision therapy accessible, enable multilingual learning for dyslexia, bridge the gap between diagnosis and treatment, and empower practitioners with digital tools. We operate through a sustainable business model that includes B2B partnerships, a B2C freemium subscription, per-user licensing, and bulk institutional pricing. We are proud to collaborate with esteemed partners, including various government departments and research institutions. Thank you for watching this video. For more information, please visit hermitlabs.in.
So these are some of the technology I just presented to you, but these are from my lab. But actually, as I'm heading, as I told you that IIT Delhi and AIIMS, the biomedical engineering, we have many other technology, and I'll be happy to collaborate with government of Odisha to deploy some of the techniques by which the people of Odisha can get the right kind of benefit, and I'll be happy that if it can help the people and really impact their lives. So these are some of the media coverage. I mean, the New York Times, Times Magazine, the Harvard MIT News covered some of my research work, which is in the domain of blindness and to restore sight to the blinds.
Thank you so much, Professor Tapan. That's really incredible work. So now I would really like to hear from Dr. Debashish. From your experience leading a premier life sciences institute, Dr. Debashish, where do you see the biggest gap today within AI in healthcare and how it's being deployed in public health?
Yeah, thank you, Pratyusha. Thank you, Government of Odisha, for having this panel over here. As an academician, I have spent about 5 years plus in this field of AI in healthcare. The biggest was probably, the closest was during the COVID time when we developed a AI tool that would distinguish between COVID pneumonia cases versus normal cases or non-COVID related pneumonia. The accuracy was that time close to 86-87%, so the government said it cannot be deployed in real life scenario. But luckily, the negative predictive value was 99% and above. So we found another case where this same tool can be used in Dharavi, when doctors wanted to take a call if the slum dwellers need to be home quarantined or hospital quarantined, because RT-PCR positive, COVID positive for sure. So should they be sent back home to quarantine or hospital quarantine, because the beds were limited. So COVID pneumonia, negative COVID pneumonia positive cases could be dealt with. But that is a past now thing. Now looking at the future and serving as the director of Institute of Life Sciences, Bhubaneswar, I see a clear-cut gap between the academics way of looking at AI and the medical way of looking at AI. The engineers develop AI and looking at, and all the time working on the accuracy. They are going to the next digit of accuracy closer and closer. But whereas the doctors in the clinics, they are saying, okay, you may have a very high accurate AI, but it is not solving my case. I need to have the speech-based annotation or some kind of report generation so that it can easily be deployed on the field. If you ask me what is the need of the hour, how do I want to see the future, I think government regulated data set, real life cases to be made available to the engineering students all over the country. They can happily play on real life problems, on real life data, however it is anonymized. I'm not saying the model that they will develop will be immediately deployed to the next level of application, but these engineers will be actually trained on real life data and real case scenario. Similarly, in the medical field, the doctors also will be trained how to take help of the AI, not be the slave of the AI, where they can overrule the AI predictions, because during the same COVID time, there were cases where I took voting from 5 radiologists. Each of the radiologists had 10 years plus working experience. Looking at the same case, 2 radiologists went southwards and 2 of them went northwards. Absolutely opposite observation from the same. When the 5th person came, and the 5th person was a very senior fellow, I'm not naming anyone, 25 years of and very awarded doctor. When he started speaking, okay, I think this should be, all the 4 were united and going toward that direction. So I think, not to blame AI, even the natural intelligence also at this point of time in medical field varies from person to person. AI probably will help us in a resource limited condition, in a populistic country like ours. It will aid the doctors in taking decisions faster, triaging. These are the areas where it can be, I think, utilized. And having a centralized, federated data set, well annotated, giving it to the engineering students as the 4th year project for a semester, and having ICMR or similar such organization looking at it as a repository of these databases and the AI models. I think this is the way I am looking at the future of the country, and maybe the state can also take its own initiative, state-specific problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Devashish. That was very interesting. Now I'd request Ms. Purva to share a bit about her work. Would love to hear whether AI can really increase access to healthcare for the underserved in the country.
Thank you, Pratyusha. Thank you, Pratyusha. It is an honor to be part of this panel. Such esteemed people. And good afternoon, everyone. I am from Noura Health. I head engineering at Noura Health, and I'm here to talk about how Noura Health is trying to exactly do the same. So Noura Health trains patients and families to be effective caregivers. Our approach is we try to start our program from the public health facilities, train our patients and their families who are in the wards, and then take that program when they leave the facilities to their home. It's like having a pocket nurse, for a family through a WhatsApp-based system. This WhatsApp-based system that is, being used by 500 million people in the country is there to actually help our patients and their families and our in-house nurses and doctors answer these questions on live basis. So it's not like there is an AI system that is answering those. We have a decade of experience with our patients, engagement with governments where we have built programs which are culturally relative. And basically, we are taking that knowledge forward and then trying to get these responses out. We are exactly doing the same that Dr. Devashish said. We are using AI to triage these issues and help our nurses to be more efficient. I have a presentation, and if we may start that. So yeah, next slide, please. What we do, at Noura Health, again, our mission is to make family caregiving the standard of care globally. We operate in 4 countries, India, Indonesia, Bangladesh, and Nepal. And we are presently in 7 health conditions. And the newest one is oncology, but they are right on front of you. We have impacted 43 million people, caregivers and patients. And we are at about 30K, we have trained about 30K healthcare workers, front-end line workers as well. And we are present in 12,800 facilities at this point. Next slide, please. In terms of our research studies, we have found that this program of giving in-person trainings have reduced the neonatal mortality by 18%. We have increased the skin-to-skin practice for newborn parents by 78% and reduced the readmissions of cardiac post-op patients by 71%. which is a huge gain. And that is where, impact to underserved comes into picture. These are the numbers, from public hospitals, and these are motivating numbers for us. Next slide, please. We are present in 10 states across India. In Odisha, we are in 4 districts right now. The other countries are not shown on this map, but you can see we have presence in Andhra Pradesh. These facilities, we started in 2014, and then since then, we have actually impacted 43 million. Next slide, please. Our program in Odisha is in 4 districts, Raigad, Mandalkari. There are 2 other districts right in front of you. The picture that you see on the left is from a ward, a PNC ward, where the nurses are giving training to new parents, just delivered mothers, to take care of their nutrition. The Thali model, which is an award-winning model, is very culturally relevant. So this model, the tool that Noora Health has built, along with other tools that we give to our nurses, are culturally relevant. A thali in Andhra Pradesh will look very different from a thali in Orissa, depending on the climate and the other factors. So this is what Noora brings to the table, and this culturally rich context is there. We are taking that to the tech side as well. Next slide, please. Let's talk about the mobile care companion. This conference is about AI, so let's talk about what we are offering on that side. We have built this tool, Mobile Care Companion, which is a WhatsApp-based service. We are not inventing a new app, but actually going to a system and not working around it, but basically leveraging the infrastructure to actually have the solution. There are 6 key features. The first feature is that there are multiple onboarding pathways. We are integrated with RCH portal in the States. We are collecting that information. We have QR codes present in the facilities. So our patients and caregivers can actually, and even the people who are interested in learning more, can just come onto our system and then start using the service from the get-go. Proactive behavioral nudges. So when these patients and caregivers are enrolled into our service, which is just a few parameters that we collect from them in terms of health condition, their name, where they reside, which is mostly present in the RCH, NCD, and NICSHARE portals, we leverage that data to define personalized programs for them. We send them nudges on a weekly basis. These a weekly nudge for a pregnant mother in the 3rd trimester will look very different from someone suffering from NCD or a tuberculosis. So that way we have personalized in that sense. The 3rd key feature is we have life support from medical professionals. This is crucial because when family has questions, and they always do, there has to be a reliable way to answer these questions. We have a team of about 30 nurses and doctors who respond to these questions. One problem that I may say is the turnaround time for these questions. Now, there are certain times when getting answer on time is very critical. We have built AI-powered co-pilot for our care teams, which is there to actually increase efficiency of our nurses. What does it do? It triages these questions, incoming questions, try to see the intent, only take medical questions to our nurses, because a lot of questions are hi, hello, thank you, and all that, so we filter those out. We take those questions to our nurses, they try, and in parallel, we also try to detect the emergency. Like what livers, are there that can actually lead to an emergency situation. In those cases, the emergency situation, we flag a red flag, and then the nurses can actually trigger an alert, which notifies, the healthcare worker in certain case, and I'll have a demo demonstrating that. But in cases where there are routine questions, the co-pilot also suggests an empathetic response. The responses, you may ask, where are they coming from? This knowledge base is built by us. This is from all the questions that we have seen in the past from our patients, family caregivers. It's curated by our doctors and nurses only. So there is no hallucination or bias because we have strongly grounded our data, our knowledge base into these questions. If there is a question that we see that is not present in the knowledge base, we just say, nurse, take over and please provide the answer. Behind the scenes, we identify which questions are frequently being asked, and then we put them back into our knowledge base. That's how we are improving our AI. The fifth feature, which is a very important one, is multilingual. I strongly believe that AI in India cannot be written, it has to be spoken. And going by that logic, it's important for us to be multilingual. We are present in 13 languages right now, and we are adding voice capabilities such that the voice messages that we are receiving receive the responses in the same dialect and language. The risk triaging is something that I spoke about, and we will see a demo towards the end. Next slide, please. This is how the co-pilot looks. The right-hand side, the white screen, is where the extension we use for Turn. Turn is our WhatsApp BSP. Like I mentioned, we are a WhatsApp-based healthcare system. We are helping our in-house nurses and doctors to provide all the relevant information on the right-hand side of the web extension. That has parameters like what is the name of the patient, what health condition they suffer from, what is their due date if it is a pregnant woman, and if there are any notes that MSCs or nurses have taken in the past. The left-hand side is what Copilot is doing as its magic. It is summarizing the query. Sometimes it is difficult to get the context by just one line of question. So Copilot goes back and looks at the historical questions someone has asked and summarizes it right in front of the nurse so that they don't have to go back to the chat and then look at what is the relevance. The suggested answer, the green box there, is the suggested response coming from the knowledge base. And at the bottom, you'll see what all sources were referred. So it's not that we are doing a web scraping in any form. At every level, you'll see nurses can actually give us feedback, whether the response, whether it was summarization or pulling answer from the knowledge base. They can add their feedback and response so that we can monitor behind the scenes what is happening and take measures accordingly. The red button that you see on the right-hand side is the trigger alert button that I was talking about. We have integrated with our CHOs and ASHA workers. So in case there is an emergency and we feel that this particular person needs immediate help, we can trigger that alert. This is only done by nurses, and they will get notified along with the patient that the care is on its way. Next slide, please. Along with this, like I was mentioning, we have nudges. On weekly basis, we are learning more about the patient and then trying to cater to their preferences and personalized system. Some people prefer voice over text. Of course, that is where we want to meet them. And these nudges basically improve as we learn more about the patient. Even these nudges get verified by the nurses before they are sent. And that's how we are trying to make it a better experience and something that leads to a healthy outcome. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at the demo of our newly pilot feature that we are rolling out in Firozpur, Punjab. And yeah, it should explain a few things that we are trying out here. Video, please.
Karuna, an extension of the Mobile Care Companion Program. This service helps pregnant women stay aware of important warning signs. It guides them to identify symptoms early and report them to us. Once a pregnant woman is registered on the RCH portal, she will be onboarded to this service. After the onboarding, she will receive messages every 5 days as part of the high-risk pregnancy campaign. These messages explain warning signs, how to identify them, and when to seek help. At any point, if she experiences a warning sign, she can report it to our service. A team of doctors and nurses are available 24/7 to respond in real time. If she reports a severe warning sign, an alert will be sent immediately to her ASHA, ANM, CHO, and SMO. She will also be advised to go to the hospital right away as she needs urgent medical attention. Her ASHA and ANM will receive this alert through both a WhatsApp message and a phone call. This service sends follow-up messages to ensure care has been received. They are sent at the 10th, 24th, 36th, and 48th hour. Once care has been confirmed, WhatsApp messages and calls are sent to the pregnant woman, her ASHA, and her ANM. Our goal through Care with Karuna is to make sure high-risk pregnant women get the right care at the right time.
Thank you, everyone. This is what I meant, like for underserved population, I think we have to meet them where our patients and families are, understand the barriers, and then serve them in the manner that will lead to healthy outcomes. We are not a tech starter. We are here to make a difference by getting into the system, learning more about it, and then use our experience to improve it overall. That's all from Noora Health here. And yeah, I'm happy to connect and collaborate with all the amazing folks I have met here. We are looking for partnership, and my hope is that we can actually integrate it into multiple governments and then see the value over time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Purva. That was very inspiring. I would really like to hear from Ms. Prachi now. What do you think is required to scale AI solutions to the population level? So how can we really scale the solution? How can funders, government workers, everybody come together to really make sure that these solutions are sustainable in the long run?
Thank you, Pratyusha, for the amazing question, and it's an honor to be here among the distinguished panelists. Before answering that question directly, I do want to kind of talk about the work that Vadhwani AI is doing. Now, Vadhwani AI is a not-for-profit organization developing and deploying AI solutions for social impact in health, education, and agriculture. And when I talk about social impact, it's different. It's harder, it takes longer, it requires system-level changes. And this is what we do at Vadhwani AI. Our organization is very uniquely positioned. We have in-house team of machine learning scientists, engineers, user research, monitoring evaluation teams, program experts, implementers, all of us working together for one common shared vision, which is AI for social impact. We have very strong partnerships with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, with the Central TB Division, with Ministry of WCD, along with we have the state presence across 18 states of India. Now, coming to your question on scaling AI solutions, we all have heard about very strong AI solutions, and we all have heard about the pilot trap. Now, most promising AI solutions, they do not make the leap of becoming fully owned government-owned solutions. They may remain small, fragmented, and dependent on external implementers. And this is where all of us are very uniquely positioned to break this cycle. With Vadhwani AI's experience, I think there are three major shifts that are required for scaling AI solutions. One is co-designing with the government. Scaling AI is not just scaling the technology. It requires system alignment. It is a system level shift that is required. Sitting down with the government, having a shared understanding of what the problem statement is, what are the priorities for the state, for the center, those remain critical whenever you're building AI solutions. Vadhwani AI, with its partnerships in the ministry as well as the states, have leveraged this partnership to develop and deploy different AI solutions. The second shift that I would like to talk about is investing in frontline readiness and the change management. Now, AI is only useful if people use AI solutions. Very often, AI solutions, when we are developing AI solutions, the human element is missed. Our frontline workers, our medical officers, our CHOs, they are the ones that would be using the solutions for last mile. Their digital literacy, their digital confidence, their workload, their workforce, all of it has to be considered whenever we are deploying AI solutions. Even sitting down with them, understanding the prototypes of the front end of the application, understanding how does the application flows, what works best for them are critical whenever we are developing AI solutions. That is the second shift. The third and most critical one is embedding the regulatory pathways, building responsible and inclusive AI and validating the solutions at day one. It should not be an afterthought. At Vadhwani, being closer to the state and the center government gives us, leverages us and builds us the regulatory pathways that are needed for scaling the AI solutions. At the same time, Vadhwani AI has developed a responsible AI playbook to ensure that we are embedding responsible and inclusive AI principles across all our stages of building, deploying AI solutions. And last but not the least, validations. When we are building AI solutions, model evaluation is very critical. Some of our solutions, our diabetic retinopathy solution has been validated by AIMS. We have other solutions that have been validated by ICMR. So one valid evaluation is very critical for deploying AI solutions, but at the same time, we all know the data drift for AI solution is very real, and hence multiple evaluations are required whenever we are deploying AI solutions to measure the performance. Another layer of evaluations I think is very critical is the product evaluations and impact evaluations. To understand what is the impact is for the AI solutions that we are building and deploying. So these three things are, I think, the major shifts that are required for scaling AI. When we are scaling AI, it is not just the scaling technology. It is scaling the trust, it is scaling the capacities, and scaling the institutions as a whole.
I agree with you, Ms. Prachi. And with that, I would really like to ask Ms. Shyamashri, because we were having this discussion earlier today about how to really validate these solutions. So I'm pretty sure you'll also add some great value to this conversation that very rightly Ms. Prachi has brought up.
Great, thank you, Pratyusha. I don't know if I'm audible to the audience? No. Okay. First of all, thank you to the government of Odisha. I think it's great that in the run-up to the AI Summit, the state is taking a leadership role in organizing the AI Summit. We are discussing important social aspects, including health, climate, education, all of which are very strong foundational blocks for a healthy population. The data validation question, I think, is applicable not only for specific solutions in the state, but as large language models are being developed across the globe, an AI model is as successful as the data that is provided as inputs to it, right? And that's where what my co-panelists were saying, that designing and co-designing with the government is really important, because that is where most of the interactions of the community happens, whether it's for healthcare, whether it's for agriculture, whether it's for education. And once you have that as an input, it really becomes important and clear that what value addition and cost effectiveness is an AI tool going to add. If you try it among smaller populations with smaller input sets, you don't really know if it will work at scale. So I think I would really like to reinforce the co-designing with the government aspect. But while we have, I have the mic, I think what I would also like to say is that drawing a little bit of a parallel with the internet revolution, I think everybody here in the audience, 80% of us at least, know a world where internet and strong communication technologies like having things in a small mobile phone didn't exist, right? So we have some remnants of the world where these things were not available to us. And the internet revolution and the communication technology revolution changed how we live our lives on a minute-by-minute basis. We all know that AI is going to revolutionize things that are cost-effective and accessible will anyway percolate, whether we do something about it sitting in a room or not. Change is happening, people will find opportunities and things will percolate. But what we have learned from the internet revolution and the communication revolution is that the people who get left out are the most disadvantaged, right? So people who don't have that level of economic accessibility or geographic access tend to get left out. So we are wiser from that experience, and that is why people in this room, on this panel, are very aptly placed to ensure that we don't miss out on the equity lens of it, that when solutions come, they are not only working for 80% or 90% of the population, but also to people who actually need them the most. So how do we do that really is the challenge, because otherwise, the systemic biases that we have will just continue to perpetuate, and then it doesn't make sense because we have learning. So I would just want to emphasize that in the disruption that's awaiting us, how do people through robust thought processes make sure that everyone is included and not left behind? Thank you.
True. I like your point about inclusivity. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Sanjay the next question. So you are the co-founder and CTO of CureBay, as we all know, and many AI solutions do show a lot of promise in pilots, but they struggle to scale across districts or states. So as a founder, what are the top 2 barriers you have seen in taking AI-enabled health solutions from pilot to population scale, and what role can the government play in easing that journey?
Thank you very much. So let me introduce myself. So myself Sanjay Swain. I live in Tampa, Florida. So I keep traveling to Odisha. I belong to Odisha. So we started CureBay 3 years back. So today, what I can say very proudly, what we are trying to do, and with the support of course, government of Odisha and a lot of technologists across the world, we are building very fantastic AI solutions, and so we have a booth. Actually, we are presenting those solutions. So to answer your question, actually, 2 things what we actually felt and started CureBay is trust is one of the things, and the infrastructure. These are the 2 key things. Building an application is not going to solve the problems. What we saw, winning the trust of the patient and providing them the infrastructure where they need is something actually going to really transform their life. So what we did in CureBay, we started creating the clinics in the rural part of the Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and we are expanding. We primarily created a hub and spoke type of model. When the patient walks into our clinic, we have a triaging solution, we have a clinical staff, they basically discuss in the local language, so we don't have a language barrier. They talk to the patient, they screen, they identify what the patient needs. The patient goes through some IoT device enabled test. We get the report in the real time. We identify what exactly the treatment needs, and we connect them to the right specialists or doctors through the slot management process, and then provide the care in the real time. So what we are trying to do here, we are providing the infrastructure here. If the patient wants a blood test to be done in the clinic, within 30 minutes to 40 minutes, almost like 80% of the parameter can be tested in the clinics. So the technology there, the AI solutions are there. Now the report is 20-page report. The patient will not able to understand the 20-page reports. So there is AI solutions which can summarize, give a recommendations, and give a summary of that particular report to a very simpler way in their local language which the patient can understand. That brings the trust actually. Coming back to the other side, like we have a consumer applications, like if the patient wants, they can basically sit at their home, they can basically book the services. But what we are very proud of, the solutions what we build on the AI space, specifically taking the picture, I think you can go to the booth and say, taking a picture of your mouth or teeth or eye or your skin, and within few seconds you can analyze what are the possible problems you might have. It's not a diagnosis report, it's basically a report which tells what possible problem, it's a recommendations basically, right? Why CureBay is very good on that? Based on that, CureBay connect the right specialist who can able to do the deeper diagnosis and provide the solutions actually. So that's what we are trying to do. Again, we have a Care Sathi, a similar solution what you just explained. Care Sathi where you need an emergency service, you press a button and or type it or WhatsApp or app, all the channels is available. You can get an emergency service actually. Some command center person is going to pick up the call you, might be within few seconds. then they will go through the entire process of booking the ambulance or providing the services, right? So I think in this entire process, what I see the answer to the question, trust is one of the things which I think required very much, both the side, both patient sides and also from the provider side, and the infrastructure which I think Government of India and Odisha is doing fantastic job providing the ABDM, which is one of the, I think, best thing. I could see right now in the healthcare we are going towards that UPI moment actually, you know. Today, might be in a few years, I think that is something very close. The way the ABDM is helping us to create a orchestration framework across all the states, all the hospital, all the district, everywhere, all the service providers through ABHA-ID. I think this is something, I think there are a lot of opportunity to improve, but I can see we are in the right path. That's something going to take us to the way. I think we can like a patient from Odisha, patient from Karnataka, patient from like Andhra, have their data shared, and the data scientists like us can create many meaningful insights out of this actually. So thank you. I think we are in the right path, and the government is also helping us in the right path. And specifically Odisha government, I'm very proud actually what they are doing. Very, very proud of what they are doing actually. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Sanjay. So with that, I would like to throw some light on Odisha as a state and ask the question to Ashwati ma'am. As Health and Family Welfare Secretary, what are the top 3 concrete changes you want to see in the next 3 years because of AI in public health system? Are there any specific takeaways that could reduce the frontline workers' load, or anywhere that new AI pilots in Odisha should focus to improve the health data infrastructure?
So in the meantime, I really liked some of the other questions that you had asked to the other panel members, so I'll try to answer a few of those as well with respect to the public health interventions. Now, what are the kind of AI interventions or projects or pilots that come to us? One, I would say, are those interventions or applications that can be applied across all departments, not specifically health. These are in general that improves efficiency in government, like perhaps one that was suggested by the IT department is an application that will make our minutes taking easier, or something that improves drafting of our staff and things like that. Or this can be applied across different sectors. Second are programmatic interventions. So somebody mentioned about an application that will improve screening of TB patients, or an application that will improve analysis from, from the Ayushman Bharat data set that will make our targeted approach a little more effective. These are programmatic interventions. But third, we don't get many takers there, but which is, I think, more relevant for us is path-breaking changes that will affect each and every applications that are there, each and every delivery systems that are there, and these requires, I feel, a little more in-depth working of the systems. And I really liked what Ms. Prachi was mentioning about scaling AI is not just a scaling of a technology. Now, why is that more relevant in the context of public health is because of the very nature of public policy problems itself. So there are mainly 3 types of public policy challenges or problems that we face in a developing country like ours. One, simple problems which can be fixed by a protocol. These are as simple as fixing a sandwich. You have a simple protocol, and this is how you should cut the bread, put your vegetables, and this is how the sandwich is made. Second are complicated problems, but these can be split into smaller, simple problems, which again can be fixed by protocols, which perhaps is like sending a rocket. It is really complicated, but at the same time, you can split that very complicated problem into different components, and each can be fixed by a protocol. But public health, as in many other public policy challenges, is a complex problem. which is often compared to bringing up a child. So what works in one case need not work in the case of the other child, everything else remaining the same. So therefore, what happens is that public health challenges, for scaling up, it requires a little more understanding about the system itself. We'll take the example of the blindness issue that Dr. Gandhi was speaking about. Now, let's say blindness control in our state of Odisha. One can be with respect to diagnosis, which can be fixed by an AI-enabled diagnostic tool, which is the kind of equipment that Dr. Gandhi was talking about. But what is the context for the blindness control in our state? One is that there are multiple diagnostic centers through our health facilities where doctors and ophthalmic assistants are providing the service of understanding whether someone is blind or not. But what is making the system more complex is that similar activities are also conducted in schools by the School and Mass Education Department to identify children with low vision and children with blindness of different categories through an entirely different system of camps. What is making it more complex is that similar activity is also conducted by the Social Security and Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities Department through their camps to identify the adults who have blindness control programs. What is making it more problematic is that the spectacles that can correct this is also provided by Health and Family Welfare Department, is also provided by the SSCPD department. Again, what is making it more relevant is that we have at least 50 NGOs that are working for the same issue of blindness control within the state of Odisha. And again, what is making it more complex is the fact that the funding only for the government program also comes from 3 different sources. So in such a complex issue, if we have to embed a solution that has scalability, it requires a certain prerequisite of interoperable data systems, which is the biggest, I think, drawback or weakness that the government systems have at the moment. So unless we do that kind of a cleaning up of our data systems and make it real-time interoperable systems, otherwise, again, what we will do is only buying that equipment, trying it out as a pilot in few institutions by few clinicians and claiming that it's a successful model. But the scalability will be a big question. So I feel that these kind of prerequisites, again, I'll go back to Prachi, where she mentioned that we will have to sit with government to understand the systems. What is the work that is done so far? How is it that one can work with the government and fill in the loop, not just have an intervention at a particular level, but understand the system as a whole and have a system that will fill and close the loop through the multiple levels that are there in the government. So I feel this is something that we will request all of you to understand and appreciate while working with the government, especially in this sector.
Thanks, Ashwati ma'am. So actually my next question is to Ms. Prachi. Could you share some examples where AI has actually driven population level impact and not just isolated hospital use cases, but particularly in areas like surveillance, program targeting, resource allocation? Could you share some real life examples where you've seen that work?
Sure. So I'll give you examples that Wadhwani AI is working on. The first one, in terms of surveillance, our AI-powered solution, Media Disease Scanning, is an AI tool that enables media scanning. It is currently embedded into the National Center for Disease Center, NCDC, and is integrated into media scanning and verification cell. What the solution does is it identifies potential outbreaks that are reported in online media across 12 languages. Till now, it has scanned over more than 500 million news articles. Every day, it scans 3 lakh articles and shortlists some of the key events that require NCDC's keeping them as human in the loop. They require their reviews as well. Initially, before AI deployment, this entire work was done by NCDC experts. Currently, 97% of the work is done by AI, but more importantly, AI is increasing the speed, it is increasing the coverage and the visibility, keeping the NCDC experts, keeping them as the decision makers, keeping the ownership with them, keeping the governance with them to identify potential outbreaks. Until now, we've identified more than 900 outbreaks that were confirmed by the district surveillance team, with AI being just as an assistive layer to the NCDC experts. Sorry. That's one example. Second example in reference to program targeting. Now the government is also moving from a unified approach to a more targeted approach. Another solution is predicting adverse TB outcomes, PATO solution. The solution was developed in collaboration with Central TB Division and is currently integrated into the Nikshay platform under the NTEP program. The AI solution is predictive analytics solution that identifies patients with TB that have a higher risk for loss to follow-up or mortality. This enables timely interventions and targeted follow-ups. Again, the AI tool is not a decision-making tool, but it is an assistive layer giving programmatic intelligence. The third example that I would like to quote here in terms of vulnerability mapping TB solution, VMTB, again something that we developed in collaboration with the Central TB Division. Currently it's deployed under Nikshay platform as well under NTEP. The solution identifies hotspots. Sorry. The solution is a geospatial analytics that identifies hotspots, that identifies villages that have a higher likelihood with persons with tuberculosis. This enables the state teams and the district teams to have targeted approach in active case finding efforts, also helping with resource allocation. In terms of impact, this solution has been deployed pan-India currently this year. The early numbers show us that the solution had improved the TB yield during ACF activities in Assam by 20%. So across these three examples, I do want to highlight that AI is an assistive tool. The governance, the ownership is with the government of it. AI is just helping them build evidence and create impact.
Thanks, Dr. Prachi. Now asking Ms. Shamashri the same question, since you bring the funder lens to this panel, as a funder, have you felt that there is some particular use cases that scale better than others, and how do they scale better? Or how can we really think about the population scale rather than isolated hospital uses? So.
No, thank you. And see, to be honest, if there was some very solid, robust solution which is at scale, you wouldn't need to ask it as a question. It would be like public knowledge. So clearly, we are a bit away from that to happen. But what scales is truly when the user interface for whoever it is assisting, and Prachi very rightly said that all of them today are assistive tools. They don't replace anybody in the loop. So what will really scale up is when the user interface is very, very seamless. And that seamlessness will happen only when it has been tried in a lot of settings, and that's why the tool itself is intelligent enough, because it has learned better how to tailor itself in different situations. So I think that runway of it being tried in a lot of different Myra settings is what's important. I will actually quote Prachi again, that all the tools that she mentioned were with the Central TB Division. So, you know, that's the answer there. That if you don't work with the organization, the institutional mechanism, which at the end of the day is responsible for the end outcome, which is TB elimination or TB control, beyond a point you won't see scale. So I think the involvement, when we are talking of public health programs, the government is really, really important. But I think I had two ideas while we were, listening to the panel. I think cure-based solution, if it can actually be layered on with what is that particular beneficiary entitled to in terms of diagnostic support, treatment support, social support, community support, that would be a very interesting layer to the diagnosis and specialized treatment, that it isn't only that you can go to XYZ facility where you'll get good care, but this is the social entitlement that you have. This is the non-governmental entitlement also that you have access to, because in this country, I think we are not only trying to solve the problem of a particular disease, or eliminate a disease, but we are also trying to reduce out-of-pocket expenditures. So if, good diagnosis and treatment can be layered so that people don't lose wages, and it can be combined with, they know where to get financial assistance from, which I think is a great use case for AI, right? They can bring in data from different places located elsewhere into one place. So that is one I would really urge, people in the room and CureBay to start maybe looking at as an extension. And the second is what Ashwati ma'am was saying. Again, AI does a fantastic job of collating using keywords. So if blindness or hepatitis B or adolescent health, which is many different departments and organizations are custodians, and they come at different life cycles, if we can use AI to not only, for better governance essentially. Today we are talking more of AI for health or AI for education, but if we bring in AI for governance, this is one aspect also which can be looked as a use case. So again, like, it's a plea to the audience and the organizations which are supporting governments and large-scale programs to look beyond the remit of one department and see where efficiencies can be brought in. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Sharma. So yes, public health data is really fragmented as of now, and it's very heterogeneous. So with that, I would love to understand from Dr. Debashish, because we had discussed this, how do you feel that governance and data quality standards can be improved to bring this heterogeneous fragmented data at one place? How can we work with such discrete data?
Right. So while I was listening to all the panelists, experts, my mind was going from one end to the other end. Everything looks important, everything need to be done and should have been done yesterday. Then I said to myself, hey, hold on, just try to capture your thoughts and prioritize few things that can be done. And at the end of this meeting, at least I can take few take-home messages that these are the things that to be prioritized and should be done. So one thing I wrote on my note, first thing is that to have a national policy, of course vetted by the state governments, on use of AI for One Health. I initially wrote human health, but then I realized, okay, health doesn't mean only human. One Health, the animal and people, and they should also be taken care of. So what is that national policy? I mean, I was thinking, was the Motor Vehicle Act came first, or the motor came to India first? When did we decide that we will be driving only on the left-hand side of the road and stop at the red lights, and these are the rules, if you violate, these are the punishments. So to have the policy in place, and that too in time, so that the AI is going to come to our life in years to come, and we cannot simply avoid it. So my suggestion is to have the policy in place before it scales rather than after it fails. So sooner the better, and lots of dialogue like this in various states and centrally also should happen. What is that policy will adhere to? That is one thing. The second wish list is to have a government-enabled compute infrastructure or a cloud to train the healthcare models, because many startups, they always come and say, sir, aapke paas to GPU hai, hamare paas kahan hai, to develop models. So to have the data as well as have compute infrastructure or clouds, so that they don't have to go to Amazon, Microsoft, elsewhere, in such cloud they can develop the models at a subsidized rate, of course, because nothing comes free. for the startups and students projects. And the third one, I think, to have a central repository of healthcare data. Again, when I say central repository, that doesn't mean physically at one location. It could be a hub and spoke model. It should all be governed by same principle, but the data may reside still in the hospital, but then that can be, certain things can be taken out to another place, the weights can be taken out, the models can be trained over there. So a central repository of anonymized good quality healthcare data for training and testing. Then successful models which have been developed should be deposited back in that repository with microcredit attributions. Suppose me and my PhD students have developed a model and we would like to contribute it back. That is not ready for the deployment in the hospital, but the authorship is still maintained there, developed by DD and his group, whatever mentioned there. So that microcredit attribution should be attached to that. Finally, to have in the lock and key, in the locker, some ground truth data for various disease cases, various conditions, for model validation, because I was a part of model validation a few years back, and I was getting beating from left and right. Those who developed the model, they say, my model was 95% accurate when it left the place. When it reached to your place, it becomes 70% accurate. What are the ground truth data that you have? So centralized, I think, certified model truth should be kept, which will be ground truth should be kept so that the model can be validated. These are the 3 wish lists I have. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Those were some really good thoughts. And with that, with one last thought from Ashwati ma'am, we'll close today's panel. So ma'am, by 2030, what is one visible change that you really want in an ordinary citizen in Odisha to be able to experience, so that if we get this right in healthcare, it will really make an impact?
Yeah, so as you know, the Odisha government has released a vision statement for 2036 and 2047. 2036, when the state would be completing 100 years of its existence. So by 2030, I would presume that a lot of the objectives that we have listed in the vision statement would have been met by that time. But for a visible change for the person on the ground would be that each healthcare or health need should be taken care of at the appropriate level. So if there is something that can be addressed by the subcenter, it should be addressed by the subcenter. If there is something that should be addressed by the public primary health center, it should be addressed at the primary health center, and tertiary and so on, which essentially means that every tertiary, secondary and primary healthcare center should be giving appropriate levels of treatment for each person across the state. So this is one visible change we would like to see, and through this journey, when the state is progressing from today to 2030, 36 and eventually to 2047, I'm sure a lot of AI-based interventions will happen, and that is going to help us as well. And I hope that each one of you are present here on the panel and of the dais, all of you would graciously become part of Odisha's journey of growth. Thank you so much.
We won't have time for Q&A, really sorry. We'll take that outside, but we'll close the session now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pratisha. Very well conducted.
Yeah, I'll of course request all our panelists and moderator to stay back. We would like to take this opportunity to also felicitate them and present them with some tokens of appreciation. But before that, can we have a big round of applause? It was a very, very interesting discussion on healthcare, so AI in healthcare. So I'll request Shri Manas Ranjan Panda to please join on stage and do the honors and present tokens of appreciation to all our panelists and our moderator. We'll start with Aswati ma'am. Thank you so much, madam, for joining and being a part of this discussion. Thank you so much. We'd also like to do that. Professor Tapan Gandhi. Dr. Debashish Das. Ms. Purva Malviya. Dr. Prachi Karkhanis. Mr. Sanjay Swain. I'm sure a lot of you would have also visited the Cure-based stall. Ms. Shamshri Das. And Ms. Pratusha Mukhopadhyay, the moderator for our session. Thank you to our entire panel and our moderator. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have amidst us today Mr. Bodhisattva Sanghapriya, the founder of IG Drones, a visionary entrepreneur who has played a pivotal role in revolutionizing the use of drone technology across various industries, from defense to agriculture and infrastructure. Under his leadership, IG Drone has become a trailblazer, developing India's first 5G drone and the country's first drone simulator. IG Drone, in fact, today is India's leading drone technology company, specializing in the manufacturing and R&D of drones for defense and various industry application. I would now request Mr. Sanghapriya to join on stage and deliver a keynote address. Can we please welcome him with a huge round of applause?
Jai Jagannath. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Bodhisattva Sanghapriya, founder and CEO, IG Defense, formerly known as IG Drones. So we are India's leading unmanned aerial system and counter unmanned aerial system platform company. So we develop a variety of arsenals for the safety, security, and sovereignty of the country. Few months back, when our borders were burning, we didn't get into debate. We deployed our AI-powered Kamikaze Striker series of drones in Indian borders, which crossed the border, deployed in our enemy territory, identified the target, and engaged with the target and blasted. And this is how the Operation Sindoor started. Designed in Odisha, manufactured in Odisha, designed in Bharat, but tested in Pakistan. This is what the true technology innovation is. IG Defense is basically an Odisha company, sourced from Odisha. So our AI-powered drones, basically AI on board on the drones, identifies the target in the enemy territory and then engaged with it. In line with Honorable Prime Minister's vision, AI is not just another app. PM wants to build AI as an infrastructure, and the homework is not starting today. 10 years ago, when we started Digital India Mission, the homework was already begun. We are sitting today on piles of data, terabits of data on digital payment system called UPI, biometric system called Aadhaar card, and so many other initiatives. So the data will play a mega role analyzing it and extracting the right kind of information for the governance. So AI is not just another industry. So we are thinking like AI is an industry. For me, AI is just an infrastructure will give rises to so many industries and complement and enhance the productivity in the ongoing industries. So we talk about AI in governance, AI in other stuffs, but we forget about who is actually really building the AI. It's not the government who is going to build the AI. Government is going to roll out the policies, but it's the startups, it's the industries who will actually build the AI. For the first time in the country, we are talking about building something in the country in line with PM's vision, not borrowing some technology from a developed world. The way Zoho has revolutionized the technology, not revolutionized, Zoho has actually democratized the technology. If Zoho in a tier 3, tier 4 town in Tamil Nadu can actually build world-class technology, then why not in Odisha? Why not startups from Odisha? And the government of Odisha, it's an India AI mission, and I'm proud to be in this platform. But many congratulations to government of Odisha to be a front runner in the India AI mission. The kind of government policy and the kind of infrastructure the government of Odisha is proactively rolling out to be the front leader in the AI mission is really appreciable. A lot of startups in Odisha ecosystems are already started working, but definitely all the other co-speakers has already very highlighted the fact that we need the infrastructure, and the government is already building the infrastructure. Recently, CM has also announced to build a 500 crore AI infrastructure facility. That will really help entrepreneurs like us to build something here and scale globally. And I'm pretty much sure and very much confident that Odisha can actually rise. And this is the time of Odisha to be the number one in the AI race. We don't necessarily need to copycat the model of Bangalore. Odisha will have its own model. The right entrepreneurs will come from Sambalpur, Bhadrak, Balasore, Barampur, not necessarily from the Bhubaneswar itself. So I would like to request all government stakeholders, whenever you are building infrastructure, please don't limit it to Bhubaneswar only. So we only talk about hub and spoke model. Let's implement for the first time in the country. We already have so many STPI centers across state. So many elite educational institutions. I come from BSSUT Bulla, so one of the best engineering institute in the state. So I also expect a AI center in my university. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. I will not take much of your time. Jai Jagannath, Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after 2 days of deliberation spanning AI in governance, healthcare, education, language technology, data infrastructure, skilling, and responsible innovation, we now come to the close of the Odisha AI Summit 2025 as part of the regional AI conference. So what has clearly emerged is not just the scale of opportunity before us, but a shared resolve to translate ideas into action. So without any further delay, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Principal Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Odisha, Shri Vishal Kumar Dev, along with some eminent professors who are here with us today for the concluding ceremony. So please put your hands together and let's welcome Shri Vishal Kumar Dev, Principal Secretary, Electronics and IT, Government of Odisha, Professor Chitta Baral, School of Computing and Augmented Intelligence, Arizona State University, Professor Ashwini Nanda, AI and HPC Research Center Director, IIT Bhubaneswar, Professor Asutosh Datta, Director, Doctor of Engineering Program, John Hopkins University, Professor Nalini Ratha, Empire Innovation Professor, University of Buffalo. I'll also like to invite Dr. Ajay Mohanty, a globally recognized technology executive, former stints with IBM and Deloitte. I'll request all of them to please join on stage for the closing ceremony. We, of course, had the privilege to hear from all of them in our earlier discussions. So, without any further delay, now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Kaustubh Pani, OSD OCAC, and Mr. Dipankar Ratha, Head AI Cell OCAC, for presenting the summary over the last 2 days, starting with Mr. Pani. So, I'll request both of them to join. Please, let's welcome them with a round of applause. I'll request Mr. Dipankar to start with. We'll have Mr. Kaustubh joining in later. Yes.
Thank you, Diksha. Thank you all. It's been a long day and we have had 3 days of the event. As we conclude this landmark session, it is clear that we have moved beyond the what of AI and firmly into the how. These 2 days have provided a profound understanding of the critical focal points required to transform Odisha into an AI-first state. We have successfully built a new level of salience for indigenous solutions, moving away from abstract technology towards implementation-ready architectures. This progress has been made possible by the incredible diversity of representation in this room, ranging from the policy leadership of the Government of India via MeitY and Niti Aayog to the collaborative spirit of other states, including Uttar Pradesh. Our perspective was further enriched by the global wisdom of delegates from Israel and Egypt, alongside the presence of leading entities like TCS, OpenAI, Sarvam, Vadhwani AI, etc. On the partnerships, the outcomes of the summit are already tangible. We are not just living with ideas, but with fresh, actionable partnerships. We are proud to announce that Sarvam AI will be working on a voice-based feedback system for CRFM and the Subhadra scheme, while Vadhwani AI will be implementing oral reading fluency tools to transform our schools. Furthermore, TCS is set to embed AI directly into its OSWA's platform to make governance truly paperless and intelligent. We are also excited about the launch of Susasan Sahayak, a productivity tool which has already started transforming key governmental processes like minutes of meetings and beyond. Excited to see the potential of this in the future. The Budging Experience Center has shown that the solutions are already here, and we are happy to share that many departments have already requested proposals from startups in the Experience Center to implement pilots. We thank the respective departments and secretaries for their enthusiasm. This summit has proven that our administrative machinery is ready to listen, adapt, and co-create. We are enthusiastic about the progress along these threads and to showcase the same in the Global AI Impact Summit in New Delhi in February. I would like to hand over now to Mr. Kaustubh to read out the next part of the summary. Thank you.
As we conclude this landmark session, we are moving towards what of AI to how of AI. This summit has really provided a profound understanding to transform Odisha into an AI-first state. We are moving towards building a new framework for Atmanirbhar Bharat AI solutions, towards moving from abstract technology towards implementation architecture, especially across domains like health, agriculture, education, and disaster management. In fact, AI-based solutions that can transform lives, especially at the bottom of the pyramid, for the poorest of the poor. This 2-day Regional AI Impact Summit in Bhubaneswar has brought about together government leaders, policymakers, industry experts, and researchers and academicians to explore harnessing artificial intelligence for governance, inclusive growth, public service delivery, with sessions on AI transformational roadmaps for states and democratizing AI resources using the India AI Mission Framework. We are in process of tying up with leading entities like OpenAI, Servam, TCS, and Vadhvani AI. Nextly, we need to collaborate and also bring about solutions with a successful roadmap of the most impactful use cases for our unique population. We heard from Ms. Devjani Ghosh ma'am on critical role of AI in managing cleaning water resources, while our Principal Secretary, sir, Mr. Vishal Dev, highlighted the transformative enthusiasm for AI in healthcare delivery. We also had our perspective and vision from our Honorable Chief Minister, sir, and Honorable Minister of Electronics and IT. Now, we are enthusiastic about the progress across these states and also to showcase the same in the Global AI Impact Summit in February 2026. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both Mr. Dipankar and Mr. Kaustubh for summarizing it. So ladies and gentlemen, now for the concluding remarks, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Principal Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Odisha, who has played a central role in carrying forward the vision of the Government of Odisha, working closely with national institutions, industry, academia, and innovators to position the state as a meaningful contributor to India's AI journey, and to also shape this Regional Impact AI Conference as a strong and credible precursor to the India AI Impact Summit 2026. We look forward to his concluding remarks as we reflect on the outcomes of the summit and the road ahead. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you, friends. I have some very distinguished people sitting here with me on the dais, and with their permission, we would like to keep it short because the feedback that we've got is that the audience here is facing an AI fatigue, and they have said that they would like the sessions to get over quickly. So be that as it may, is there anything specific that any of you would want to say, or can I just conclude in 2 minutes? Chitra? All right, okay. So the Regional AI Impact Summit, which was organized over the last 2 days, is in the context of the AI Impact Summit that the Government of India is organizing in February, which has 2 objectives, so to say. The first is enhance the partnership and cooperation among the global community towards AI, particularly the Global South. And of course, the second is moving from deliberations to concrete outcomes. So on the participation of the global community, this summit, as well as I think the other regional summits, have seen a lot of progress. Our own, this summit also, the first event that we had on democratizing the hybrid group meeting on democratizing AI resources, saw the participation of 40 people with physical presence of delegates from Egypt and Israel. And I think the theme all through these last 2 days has been how do we, move from discussions and deliberations to actual action. And we also saw what UP was doing. The Principal Secretary UP presented. A couple of things for me stand out, just to summarize. One is the sheer scale of the number of people that we saw participating over these last 3 days, from think tanks to academic institutions, to researchers, to startups, and of course, representatives of the Ministry of Electronics and IT and Niti Aayog. From the corporate sector as well, we had TCS, Servam, Vadhvani, etc. coming in. And I think, we have moved from, we've undertaken the transition from possibility to partnership. We also announced a few partnerships. What is also very heartening is that a whole lot of government departments and agencies which were present here. So colleagues have reached out to various startups which have displayed their solutions here, and also to agencies like Sarvam and all which presented their thoughts, and they're buzzing with excitement to actually start action on the discussions that have happened. The India AI mission, which was launched primarily with 3 objectives of democratizing AI resources, fostering technological self-reliance, and positioning India as a global leader in AI innovation. As we saw over the last 3 days, there has been substantial progress on all 3, and the first hybrid group meeting actually came out with some conclusions which were agreed to by almost all the 40 participants. A lot of work is being undertaken by various agencies that participated, and I think moving forward, India will be undoubtedly able to establish its pioneering position as far as innovation in AI is concerned, and that is what we are moving towards. I would stop here and look forward to seeing you all at the Impact AI Summit in February. Thank you all very much for coming here, attending, giving your time and attention. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, that brings us to the end of the conference. Can we have a big round of applause for everyone, all our stakeholders who've been a part of this? We would once again like to thank Principal Secretary, sir, and all our eminent professors who were a part of the concluding ceremony. Maybe we should have a group photograph, sir.
Yeah. Just one more point. Normally, people who come and sit on the dais are the ones who get credit, but I must thank my team here, who's worked day and night for this. Manas Panda, our Special Secretary, Kaustav Pani, our OSC, Dipankar Rath, always reliable and someone you can always rely and trust on. The team from Samagra, Gates Foundation, they all deserve a big applause, and I would urge you to applaud for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe so we should have a group photograph before we end. With the team, if the team could please come forward, we can have a group photograph. The entire team who's worked really hard to make this possible. And, we are proud that Odisha could be one of the states to host this regional conference in the run-up to the India AI Impact Summit in February 2026 in New Delhi. We are happy to have come up with some actionable recommendations for the India AI Impact Summit as well. And now to end it with some memories that can be captured. So a group photograph with the entire team, our stakeholders. That's a peppy music for our entire team. A big round of applause. That's all the hard work that has gone behind this conference. Thank you everyone. And a big thank you to all of you, our audience who has been an integral part of this conference and made it such a huge success. Thank you for being such an interactive and interested audience. Thank you.